So Tom, are you ready?
Yeah, we
We-
just need to unmute and we're ready to go.
I'm hearing. There we go. All right. I'll call the meeting of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to order. It is Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, 8:32. First thing is to call the roll.
Hartwell,
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara,
He's just arrived.
Shara present. Baird,
Present.
Baird present. Representative Burkle,
Present.
Representative Burkle present. Eggerling,
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Hurt. Kaharski,
Here.
Kaharski present. Senator Lang,
Here.
Senator Lang present. Palmer,
Present.
Palmer present. Saxhog,
Here.
Saxhog present. Suss,
Here.
Suss present. Representative Vang,
Here.
Representative Vang present. Mr. Chair, there are 11 members present.
Great. Next is review and approve the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr.
Chair,
Yeah,
discussion.
sure.
I was just wondering if, since this, the afternoon discussion is the big elephant in the room, but it might not take very long. If we could maybe move that up a little bit for those of us who need to travel north and, instead of throwing all this other stuff in at the beginning.
Other than the interviewee planning on being here at 12:30, I don't know if that's possible to move.
I mean, you know, I'm not,
I don't know. I just would anticipate.
well, I'm not
A
not
schedule.
saying that we ought to start out with that. I'm saying if there's some things that we can move to the next meeting or whatever. So we, and maybe we won't be here till all that late, but, I'm just, as I say, I'm just.
We can
asking that-
we can try. I can try to get a hold of LCC and see what they can arrange.
No, maybe I'd rather see some of the stuff that we're gonna be discussing or bringing forward, in the morning. Well, I understand what you're saying. I'll withdraw my
Okay,
objection.
all right. All in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes were part of your packet. I assume you had a chance to read them. Can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Any corrections, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any conflicts of interest to report on today's agenda? I think Daryl and I are still conflicted on the Audubon proposal, but we're not doing any formal review or approval at this point. So it,
Right, that's why I wasn't saying any of that. There's nothing.
I just thought I'd point it out so there's never a question.
Got it. Thank you.
So my comments, I don't have many comments other than Tom has identified, we'll have an interesting discussion when we get to the hiring process. I did put in the packet a memo on that. I hope everyone's had a chance to read it. Other than that, I think we're going to talk about the next year's funding request process, and Mark's going to take us through some background on that and what we're really setting up for is a discussion in December of any changes that we want to make. So this is more a background than a change, plenty of time for questions as well, but it's not like this is the final, we're going to make a decision today. Other than that, I don't have any specific comments unless there are questions. I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Quick update for you from the director's report. Just to give you an update on the hiring for a new analyst, you all approved that back a couple months ago. Or a month ago, whatever it was, the position description has been finalized. It's with HR right now. We're looking at posting that'll probably happen over the holidays, over the majority of December and into maybe up until the 11th or so of January, because holidays kind of get in the way of people putting in their stuff. They forget about their applications, but once they get back to work, they remember. At any rate, we're looking at doing that. That would mean that the interviews probably wouldn't happen till late January, with hiring maybe not even until the beginning of March or in February sometime with that person on staff in March. So just to give you an idea of the time frame and where we're at. Other than that, just to also let you know, I try to generally let the council know what the staff have been doing for appearances and getting out about outdoor heritage and applications and what might be good for projects and so on. And Joe did a presentation of the Ramsey, Washington Metro Watershed District. That was back in end of October, I think the 30th. He also did another presentation at the request of the Martin County Board of Commissioners, which is way down against the Iowa border. That's really interesting that they would be kind of have their ears open and approach us for that. Same thing with the watershed district. They approached us, so we love that. Anytime you hear of somebody that wants a presentation or wants to talk, please let staff know, because we try to oblige as much as we can. We also, I had a really great call the other day. It was at the end of the day, and it was one of those things you just wind up the day with smiling, for me at any rate. And it was a chance, it was a economic development manager out of Brooklyn Center who was calling because he's frustrated about Shingle Creek and what a non-living organism that is. So we talked about possibilities, and I tried to talk to him also about potential pots of money, one of which could be outdoor heritage potentially, and talked about the potential of CPL as well as the larger grants, and about ideas for how he could get together with DNR, find out if they had anything going. Watershed district he's already in, and from that some things have already happened. Whether that will end up being an outdoor heritage proposal or a CPL proposal or clean water proposal, who knows? But the exciting thing for me is that people are interested, and it's not just about water control. This is about bringing back life to a stream. So it was good to hear. And then I had a wonderful day with Legacy, the House Legacy co-chairs, Representative Vang and Representative McDonald, on a Ducks Unlimited tour out in the Howard Lake and Montrose area back last week. I think that was last week. It was a beautiful day and really saw some incredible work. And I really thank DU and for making that happen. I wanted to bring your attention to one other thing, and that is sometime in the next 2 weeks, you're going to be getting in the mail or in your emails from us, from the staff, that I will be approving underneath our operating procedures for minor conversions and conveyances. I'll be approving or plan to approve, final steps at this point, a conveyance. The city of Champlin bought a parcel years back with outdoor heritage funds. A sliver of that parcel is on the opposite side of the highway is what they normally have. And that sliver is right adjacent to Three Rivers Park District land, and has a creek going through it, et cetera. So from a management standpoint, Three Rivers would like to attain it, and City of Champlin would like to let them attain it. So that it's a minor conveyance. It's about 4,000 square feet. So it's less than 1/10 of an acre. And it really does make sense from an accessibility as well as a management standpoint. Very minor. But I wanted you to know that, because once the approval goes, then that approval, tentative approval, goes to legislative leadership. So leadership have, and to you all, so you have a chance to review the materials and see if there's an objection of any sort. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Senator Lang, did you have your hand up? No, no, okay.
I think we should
I
have,
mean, it is, but no.
we should schedule at least a 3-hour session to debrief on.
The building's on
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, other than the fact that I didn't see anything deer hunting yet, that's all I had to say.
We're sorry.
That's that question.
Yeah.
Mark, can you just expand a little bit on what the role of that new analyst is? I'm not familiar because I've not been exposed to that with the current staff.
Yeah, the new analyst will actually be a very similar to Sandy, step down from Sandy at least. And that's, so it's somebody who works with the program managers, works with the monitoring of the grants, or monitoring of the accomplishment plans, I should say. Works, it's a, we have been having a ever increasing workload, and it's time, definitely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mark? Great. Next is a review of the 2026 calendar. Was in your packet. It was, it is in your packet. It was sent out as part of the online packet. Hopefully you had a chance to look at the dates. Suzanne did mention that the 8th of January is problematic for her, and we're wondering if the 7th would work equally well as the 8th. There be any objection to changing the meeting?
Fine with that.
Sorry, which date was that again?
The
January.
January,
7th or 8th. I'm gonna move it to the 7th.
I think I'm okay.
And I have one on July 29th.
you don't want to do that, huh?
I'll be in Alaska, somewhere on the Kenai River, I'm sure, fishing, so.
Geez, it's my birthday. Can I come with you? How long are you up there? Is it
10 days.
starting?
I'll be up there leaving probably the 22nd. I've got to look at my calendar, but I'm pretty sure I'll be the 22nd. I'll be the 5th roughly.
That's 2 weeks.
My son has his shift work stuff he's got to figure out, but it's about 10 days we're usually gone.
From a calendar standpoint, moving more than a week might be, that's the meeting at which I'm just trying to think complications.
That'll, Mr.
That's where we choose who we're going to have hearings for.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Um,
And Mr. Chair, prior to that meeting, so you'll see a pink, if you turn to the color side, the chart, you'll see a pink date on the 14th of July. That's when the proposal evaluations and hearing selections are due from the council members back to staff. It generally takes us, well, we could turn it in a week. We may have to move that date up slightly as well if we were to move forward.
I leave the 22nd and I return on the 1st. Look at my calendar here.
is the 21st of July a possibility for everyone?
It's okay for me.
What day?
The 21st, Tuesday, the 21st? If we move this, we all expect an invitation.
Oh, Grant?
I'm hearing no objections, so let's plan on moving that to the 21st from the 29th, and that may affect the day that the deadline for you getting all of your scorings in.
I have a problem with the
January
June date.
20th.
All right, what is your problem with the June dates?
It's a bad week for me.
Got to put my hearing
Is there any way?
Could we back it up to
Yeah,
the 4th, 5th, 16th and 17th?
no,
No?
well, can't do. We'll be in Canada. So.
What?
I was like, the 8th doesn't work, but I know that works, but
The 8th of, sorry,
that was a January one.
the 8th doesn't work for you.
Well, the 8th does. Moving it
Oh,
back to
the 7th, does the 6th
I can
work?
call in, that's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to
No,
think of
it's
one.
it's gonna be, it's gonna be one of those things where it's bad for someone at some point, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of the same way.
So let's go back to June. The week of the 22nd is bad. What about the following week or the week before?
Fine with me.
Following week is more, or was that be the Memorial Day week?
No, that'd be in May.
Excuse me, you're right. I apologize.
29th of June would put you into that 4th of July. Yeah.
Looks okay to me.
What about the Monday, Tuesday, the 29th and 30th?
Okay.
Any objection to the 29th and 30th of June? Hearing none? Any other known conflicts?
I have a couple suggestions, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
All right, and I should have caught these before, I'm sorry. But the meeting on September 23rd, my suggestion would be to move back to the 30th. And simply because it, 1, 2, 3, it comes right on the heels, it's 3 weeks on the heels of the meeting, of the hearings. It's a little bit tough to, for processing of the materials and getting the selections, everything, getting the chair's proposal, et cetera. So my suggestion is somewhere the week, 1 week later, or the following week, I should say. So September 28, 29, 30, somewhere in there instead of the 23rd. If that works for, if one of those works for people.
uh,
Can we just not have meetings in September and October and November? Some of us are kind of busy in those months.
We don't have one in October, so.
so I have a problem the week of the 15th. So you're talking about,
I'm talking about the, moving it from the 23rd of September to the last, within the
To the
last 3
30th?
days of September. So it'd be the
30th work for everyone?
This is September 30th.
Yeah.
This is September 30th.
Pretty sure it does.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, the last one I had was that in November, the meeting is on the 18th. That's only 3 weeks prior to the December meeting. Again, it's a crunch time for staff as far as from a workload standpoint for getting everything ready for the next meeting, plus the agenda as well as everything else. So my suggestion would be moving that to November 4th. That would also be before deer opener. Of course, I won't be here, but you all can, I know that a lot of people are busy during the deer season and
The 4th work?
That's before deer season, so.
pardon? That would be archery. Yeah, that's before deer season, right?
4 years.
Unless the DNR changes the season, which. Okay, so just to recap, we're talking about the 7th of January, the 22nd of May, the 29th and 30th of June. The
Mr. Chair.
20,
When, May?
Go ahead.
No, the November meeting, that's the day after the election. So everybody's usually not
Have
here
prom.
and they're recovering.
Good catch.
the 5th?
Thursday the 5th. Be 2 days after the election, is that better?
Okay. Just to go back, January 7th, May 27th, June 29th and 30th, July 21st, August 24, 25, 26, September 30th, November 5th, December 8th. And December 8th will give us enough time to get the updated forecast. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, just one question. Could you clarify, did you say May 27 or 22nd?
27.
Thank you.
No changes to that. All right,
Mr. Chair, could you give me those one more time?
I'd be happy to. January 7th. May 27.
That's no change, right?
That's no change. June 29th and 30th. July 21st. August 24th, 25th, 26th, no change. September 30th. November 5th. December 8th, that's no change.
A lot of changes.
It's a lot of changes. I'm glad we asked the
And
question.
with the exception of the all-day ones, the field trip and things, is it 8:30 to 12:30 roughly?
Generally, that's the plan.
Okay, great.
November 8th,
November,
or it's December 8th, excuse me.
December 8th, yes. So we will publish a new chart. Do we need a formal motion for that, or can we just,
We can,
we've agreed? All right, put it in your calendars. Next is a discussion, item 7, OHF acquisition of parcels with buildings. This has come up as an issue of what happens when there's a piece of land that has a building on it. Who pays for that building? How much feels appropriate for habitat funds to pay for versus not? And I'm going to turn that over to Joe.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. David is right. We're going to be talking about acquisitions with buildings on them. If you remember September meeting, there was a question on an acquisition about a parcel that had multiple buildings on it. And if you look at the accomplishment plans, you'll see there's a list of the fee parcels with buildings on them. And so you can see kind of what the estimated value of those buildings are. LSOHC staff met with partners and we discussed the potential of a policy regarding buildings. Just a little background. Oftentimes there are parcels that have buildings on them. And sometimes the partners don't have a choice but to either acquire them or walk away. And so we are talking about what is the council comfortable with moving forward. So there's a suggestion motion in front of you. The suggestion motion is that the cumulative building structure value should not exceed 10% of the acquisition price. And then number B, individual buildings should not exceed a value of more than 100,000. And number C, if the cumulative building value and or individual building value exceeds the above guidelines, pre-approval by the council is needed before acquisition. And then it moves on to number D, in the absence of pre-approval by the council, if the cumulative building value and or individual building value exceed the above guidelines, the value exceeding the above guidelines must be paid with non-OHF monies. So it still allows people to acquire parcels, but we have a reasonable policy that we've talked with the acquisition partners that they are comfortable with moving forward. So there is an option to acquire the parcels with buildings, but it's not so restrictive of a policy that they're needing to walk away. So those are that's the suggestion motion. LSRC staff was thinking that we would insert this policy in attachment E, and those are the DNR's land acquisition reporting procedures. So not put it in statute, but put it in the land acquisition reporting procedures that everyone who receives OHF money has to follow. And that those guidelines and requirements are attached to their contract with DNR. So Mr. Chair and members, that's the policy. And I
Okay.
think there are some partners here, if there's questions about how this would work in real life, they may be able to answer questions, but that's the gist.
Okay, questions?
Can you give me a sense of how often we see buildings that would exceed 100,000?
Mr. Chair and members, that's a good question. Not very often. But sometimes there are, like if you're buying, let's say, a section of land, there will probably be buildings on there. And that, it just depends on the value of the buildings and what the buildings look like. I'd say for the most part, the buildings that we see, there's probably an old like grain bin on an old, farm site. The farmhouse is all dilapidated and it's not livable, but there might be a machine shed, like an old tin shed or something like that. And there's a little bit of value to that. And so that's, for the most part, that's what we see.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is that the council is made aware in this motion that whether it's a dollar building or $100,000 or whatever. I don't necessarily see that in here where it's mandatory that we're made aware as long as it meets the guidelines, and I'm a little I think it should be a discussion point on any of these applications that if there's a building on it, whether it's a $50,000 shed or $100,000.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, so in the accomplishment plan, there's the parcel list. And if there's a building on it, they have to put it in the list with the fee parcels with buildings list. So we know beforehand that they're on there. And that is just an estimate. They won't know until they actually do the appraisal. So partners are required to do an appraisal and they'll know exactly what that value is. And then they'll either move forward or not move forward based on the value in the appraisal.
But I think often there are parcels that aren't on the original proposal list that then, become a substitute parcel. And what you're talking about is how does the council know what's going on before it happens? Or
Yeah, and I mean, I think I want that option I think I want the council to have that option. As far as, are we buying a house that's $100,000 house, or is there, it's different if we're buying a dwelling versus a building versus a shed or a pump house, whatever it may be. That's something where I think we can show that. In some of these parcels, I mean, there's an $80,000 house that someone could live in that I just think that, however it's phrased in this proposed policy, I think that
Are you looking to carve out acre or something with a house? And have
I mean,
or-
we've discussed that in the past where we, there has been proposals where there's been significant structures.
Yeah.
Valuable significant structures where
I
I don't know how we, without talking about it each individual time, I don't know how we.
I like
policy
that.
that encompasses this.
I think what's happened in the past is it's been, I don't think we've had a definition of significant, and staff has had to decide what's significant. And, the attempt here is to take the staff off the hook from somebody saying,
Well, and
3
I
months
mean,
later, this was significant.
Yeah,
Why
I
did you
agree.
do this?
I think then put us on the hook for it. And
Agreed.
if the land is so valuable that, hey, we're gonna buy the house no matter what, because it's an important piece of property, then I think I want that option as a council. So even
So,
if it's a $200,000, $300,000 house, if the land is important enough, I think we can make that call.
I mean, what we've required in the past is find other money. If it's a $2 million parcel and it's got a $200,000 house, hey, find that 10% somewhere else. And this policy would sort of force that as
Does it cover that?
it's written, it would cover it.
Yep, Mr. Chair, so what the policy is doing is allowing up to a certain amount of OHF funds being used to acquire buildings. So if it, in that,
10% or up to 100,000.
yeah, so in that case, Mr. Chair, if it was 200,000, they could use $100,000 of OHF and they'd have to find other funds to do it unless they came to the council and got approval to ask for more.
I guess I'm just playing out in my head how this is, there's a gas station on the corner or whatever it may be. I'd hate to have a policy that does it automatically when the council does it.
I think it would do it automatically, but they could come for an exception. I mean, you can always make an exception. The question
I'm
is,
trying to think of an example where in the past
we haven't.
yeah.
And my understanding is the buildings fall into the dilapidated, doesn't have much value, but has some, or it's got a really nice house, let's carve that out somehow so that we're not acquiring that, or so that the partner is acquiring that with other money. And we're just buying the habitat portion. So I would think, I mean, what this does is gives everybody certainty when they're going into it.
It's a
This
bare
is what
minimum
it is.
qualification, sure.
You can always come and say, can we do something else?
I would just add too, Mr. Chair, that most of the time the project managers don't want to buy houses or
Yeah.
buildings. They don't want to deal with it because there's a lot of work that goes into getting them
The
removed.
phrase
And
here is most of the time.
Right.
so it's not that partners are out there looking for, but sometimes you don't have a choice. You either buy it or you walk away.
Do you want to add like an E at the bottom of the suggested motion that basically says you want the opportunity for the council to be aware of those? I mean, it's not going to take away the $100,000 10% limit, but are you looking
Well,
for the
I mean,
notification?
Just maybe not even that, but obviously all decisions are final by the council's votes. So we need to reiterate that, but I think as a council, I'd like to say, well, it's 1% of the property value, so it falls within this, but I still want to be able to say no.
Yeah, the visibility is what you're
Right,
asking for.
right.
I can support that.
And I don't know how that looks, if this covers that without. It's a long policy, but I don't know.
The motion is short, so I'm just saying, if
Yeah.
you threw an E on the motion, and it was that, all parcels with buildings need to be brought to the attention of the council.
And I think they're small enough in number that we could probably just have them as an agenda item and talk about it and say, yeah.
The one challenge would be somebody, I'm thinking of in between meetings, we don't meet from January till the end of May because of the legislative session. Do you really want to hold everything up for a $25,000 pole shed? Because the council has to bless it.
Kind of. I guess I'd be curious again, that how much, what are the numbers on that? I'm trying to remember how many times we've had this discussion.
John?
To that end, I'm just, Sandy just wrote this down, but what about the removal cost of that building? If there needs to be a conversation about a building that's, let's say 10% of the cost is $25,000, but it costs $80,000 to remove it.
I have a pack of matches that'll.
I'm all about
Rent
that,
to build up.
but it's just a consideration.
Yeah,
Remove-
no,
what the
I would
removal-
think you would want some,
You'd want to talk about it at least. I don't know how you phrase it.
I'm probably throwing a
Overthinking.
wrench into the whole works here.
should, maybe it's a two-step process to see if we have a problem. And the first step is to do this, but ask for reporting of any buildings.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then if we see a trend, both on the removal cost and the cost of the building, if we see a trend, address it again.
Yeah, I think the report would probably be enough that, and then say the report is the next meeting agenda item to
Yeah.
talk about it.
That work for everyone? So we would add something to the effect of all parcels purchased with OHF money that have buildings on it would be reported to the council.
That's fair.
including removal costs.
Gonna have that be an Excel file with rolling kind of every year you have on, or even beyond that?
I think
history, or-
as it comes up, if they close the deal, we report it. And there can be an ongoing file for it.
The current process now is when there's a building on the list that looks like it could be something of significance, I always ask for details, or I asked for a link to the real estate listing, and I asked for photos of the building. 95% are not worth talking about. Every once in a while, you'll get a habitable $80,000 house that feels a little squishy.
But
But
you
that's kind
keep
of
an
how I handle
ongoing
it, so
list
it's
of
not
that?
adding additional burden onto workload that we
Okay.
don't already do.
Actually have a list of that then that you maintain?
Yes, the system. The online system management keeps track.
So I would love a motion to approve this with the addition of a reporting function coming back to the council after any purchase of land with buildings, which includes removal cost or estimated removal costs. I'm looking for that
I'll
motion.
make the motion.
Great. Any other discussion? Are you clear on what we added?
Believe so, Mr. Chair.
Good.
Want to read it?
Yes, the staff, so basically putting in a part E, that staff will report all parcels acquired and estimated removal costs to the outdoor heritage or with outdoor heritage. Try that again. Staff will report all parcels acquired with outdoor heritage funds along with estimated removal costs to the council.
Or trying to think of a situation where we wouldn't remove the building, we'd leave it.
Well, you would carve it out and sell it if it was a habitable house. If you're worried about housing for people, you'd
I
Either
it
move the
wasn't-
house
I'm
or-
trying to remember, one of the partners had a whole shed that they wanted to use on property not too long.
You may not wanna, I mean. if
And that
it's
would be
an old
reported to
dilapidated
us.
Shed, they may not, or an old, like a grain bin or something, they may.
I mean, for
remove it if
management
it's not
purposes, you might want to leave it, in which case it just gets reported to us.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think if that covers that, I'm good with it.
Tom, will you call the roll?
Members starting with number 9 on our list, Palmer.
Yes.
Palmer, I. Saxhog.
Yes.
Saxhog, I. Sess.
Aye.
Sess, I. Representative Vang. Representative Vang, I. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, I. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, I. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, I. Representative Burkle.
Burkle, aye.
Representative Burkle, I. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling, I. Senator Her.
Aye.
Senator Her, I. Kaharski.
Aye.
Kaharski, I. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Mr. Chair, there are 12 ayes, 0 nays.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next is a discussion and review and approval of accomplishment plans.
Mr. Chair and members, I'll take that one. So in September, the council allocated or made recommendations for allocations, and they turned their project managers turned their proposals into accomplishments. And that spells out what they're going to do, where they're going to do it. All of the details, council was sent the link with all of the draft accomplishment plans. Today, the council has to forward those on so that staff can write the bill based on the accomplishment plans. Staff went through all of the 54 accomplishment plans. We had one accomplishment plan that changed what we would consider substantially, and that was the HRE 02 Bone Lake South Phase 2 project. And there's a memo from Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District describing what they want to do. And then in addition, there's HA 06 from the same group, Greenbelt Phase 1, that we will probably need to further discuss and iron out the details of that proposal because it involves an easement program or easement and fee acquisition that they're going to actually hold those parcels. And it's not really, it's a new program that I don't think the council fully understands the details of their program. So we just want to make sure that the council is fully aware and comfortable with how they're going to own and manage.
Are you
those.
proposing that we not act on that today, or we discuss that today?
Mr. Chair and members, we can discuss that today. We were thinking that maybe we could if there are any questions, we could ask them today and then work with them in the next month, and we can discuss it more in December. If we need to discuss it more again, we have in January, and then we have the final accomplishment plan approval if it gets through the legislature in next June.
Okay,
So we would have ample time to get those details.
so I assume everyone has read every word of every accomplishment plan.
Absolutely.
I want to thank staff for doing that and making sure to point out any issues. Mark?
Mr. Chair, I have just a couple additions to that. Three things. First of all, just to underscore what Joe said, this is actually progressing the accomplishment plans. And he just reiterated that we have time to talk about them again if we need to in January, in December, and then again in the spring. And the final approval of those happens at our June meeting or May. So that's one thing. The second thing, there are three things I have here. Second thing is that I need to just bring out for the record and for full transparency that there were on HRE01, which is the Audubon, the River of Birds in the Sky, there were two conflicts of interest. One was by Member Palmer, and it's because Audubon with non-outdoor heritage monies, I understand, is doing a project on his property. So there was a declaration of potential conflict of interest for that. So he has not participated, for the record, he has not participated in discussion or voting on that particular project. The same, we also have a conflict of interest of the chair on that same proposal, HRE01, and he has not participated in discussion or voting on individual things. Again, I'm saying this for the record, so it's public knows that the council is doing its job. The chair's conflict of interest is a little different. It's an organizational conflict because he is the chair of this council, plus he is president of the board of the Bellwin Conservancy. And there's a parcel that is owned by Bellwin Conservancy that is on that proposal by Audubon. So that's why the declaration was there, and that's why he has recused himself from those discussions. So that's for the record and for transparency. The last thing which I'll add, and this is something that I talked to Joe about, but it's my decision, and I wanted to bring it out. There's one more project, and that is HA09, Metro Big Rivers, that I just want to bring your attention to. And I would say not to withhold it from progressing, just like with Bowen Lake and so on. I would suggest it gets progressed. And we will work with them between now and December and potentially January and definitely by spring. But over the last 2 years, we have seen, especially this last year, we've seen quite a large amount of inflation of costs, estimated costs for easements and restoration projects on parcels because of open meeting law primarily.
No, because of
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for correcting.
prevailing wage.
Because of prevailing wage law changes, you're correct. Thank you for correcting me on that. I have some concerns about the estimated costs of restoration enhancements within this proposal by Great River Greening, by Great River Greening within the Metro Big Rivers proposal, and I want some more information on that. So I just want to bring that to your attention as well. We'll be working with them. I think there's some estimated costs are on some parcels are out of line, and I want to find out more detail and either find out is it a typo or not, but I haven't got that information yet. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then we will report back what we find out.
Okay, do you want to talk about the Bone Lake proposal and the chain?
Yep. Mr. Chair, members, so if the Bone Lake folks are here, this would be a good time we can talk about it, but basically, are they here online? Oh, they're here. So basically, because of they received less money than they were hoping. And so their plan is to, instead of hiring contractors to do the work, they would like to acquire a tractor and then do that work themselves. So that's a little bit different. It's somewhat of a substantial change. So we just wanted them to come in and discuss why they want to do that, how they want to do it, and whether the council is comfortable with it. So they're here to answer questions. There's a memo The landscape style looks like this. It describes the potential cost savings and their rationale for wanting to do it. And then, Mr. Chair, we have some handouts after this to also go through.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair Hartwell.
announce yourself for the.
I'm Mike Kinney. I'm the District Administrator for the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District.
Aiden Reed, Land Management Specialist.
Blaine Onider, Project Coordinator.
I probably would start with that we're offering this as an option, not necessarily as saying that that's what we want to do, but just from the perspective of wanting to do additional enhancement where the opportunity exists. We've laid out a couple of scenarios, one based off the original scaling of the project based off the dollar amounts received. But also for Aiden Reed and myself, both coming from farms and currently involved in our own farming operations, we'd be comfortable with this level of work. So we offer that to the council as just an option to provide more benefit because of the contracting work. As Mr. Johnson's laid out there are some really high costs involved with that. So we just feel like it's maybe not necessarily the same level of quality across the board, but we could cover more acres with the staff load. I've done the workload analysis component. I did a lot of that work in the military myself, so very comfortable with the cost analysis component of it. And again, we'd take any further questions or members might have.
My question is, why do you wait so long? I'm serious. I mean, you offer the same, not the same work, but close to the same work for less money. What was your thinking of using contractors versus doing the work yourself when you put in the original proposal?
Well, again, looking at, so we do an annual work plan. So we've made some adjustments elsewhere based off of other budget constraints. So we're pulling back in other areas of monitoring. So just allocating staff resources, we didn't anticipate that last spring.
Okay.
And it looks great. I just have a question about the grant budget breakout a little bit. The way I'm interpreting it is you're taking some out of professional services and moving it to capital equipment for the tractor, but then I see a increase of almost $100,000 for supplies and materials. So what is that? And then further down, there's no change in proposed leverage for personnel, but if you're doing the work yourself, isn't that leverage? Am I misinterpreting that?
I can address the supplies and materials costs. So basically what we looked at, rather than contracting those services out, we'd be bringing in all the material purchases such as seed, herbicide, things like that.
Gotcha.
And then then the additional supplies of the tractor, the implements necessary for the restoration work. So that's where those items came from.
That's helpful. Thank you. And I don't know if it matters, but it seems like there's more leverage now if you're doing it yourself, right?
Yeah, so Mike, you might have more to say about that, but what we looked at was basically we, looked at the tractors that we'd be able to acquire using the funds that we requested, looked at the acreage, calculated number of passes, and then, based on, my previous restoration work, we're able to make a determination of how much staff hours would be required for that work. And then we're able to add that up.
Thank you.
Carol?
So I guess I applaud you for the changing the proposal and keeping the acreage up, but call me a cynic. I'm looking at your capital equipment budget and saying, what can you buy for 46 grand to do this work, including the attachments that have to go with it to make the job get done? So can you give me some bit more detail on that?
Yeah, we, it's one of those things where the bigger you go, the faster you go. So, we know that typically with the implements that we'd be required, you're looking at a 40 horsepower tractor minimum. So, brand new models, you're pretty limited with what's available at probably be looking at doing some implement rentals. We have a number of farmers in the area who've invested in smaller, no-till drills and other implements we'd be able to rent. Then we're also optimistic that we'd be able to find some good opportunities in the secondhand market. We're working with the current landowner who has some material or some equipment that they're hopefully looking to get rid of that would be good options for us that would meet our needs. So yes, definitely understanding that it's not a huge ask for what we're looking to do, but we have run our numbers and we're hoping to make it happen.
Good luck on that part.
Thank you.
Daryl?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it makes sense that you can get the project done for the same amount of money or less. But if you'd come in with an original proposal that included buying a tractor, my recollection from the discussions on the previous projects was we would have said, we don't buy that level of equipment. And so I mean, I've been in the acquiring things through the public bid process most of my life. It's very easy to get a contract for almost any amount you want if it's high. If you want to play games, I mean, I never did that, but I saw other people do that. And I'm wondering if, in order to not establish a precedent here, or at least the next, if we ought not to insist that the equipment either be sold at the end of the project and those funds returned, or no, something similar to that.
But
I
just,
just-
we have, not often, but we have in the past done acquisition or supplied money for capital equipment. I think of Great River Greening's char, turning buckthorn into char instead of burning it on site. And I know there's been tractors before. I can't think of which one.
We did UTVs on this funding cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So it's the exception, but it's not where it makes sense. I would hope our partners would say, you know, we can save money by doing this. And then they have to justify it.
Well, and they are planning on utilizing it for ongoing maintenance.
Right, I understand
of the
that.
Parcel, which makes sense.
Can't buy much for $46,000 in equipment.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of rather amazed that your option B, you can affect more than twice the acreage than you did going through a contractor. You're showing you can do 149 acres of restoration, et cetera, where the original proposal was just 62, and now you can do it with the same amount of money. That's almost magic.
Original scale proposal.
Yes, so kind of interesting. How'd that happen?
Contractors charge for equipment.
Well, Chair Howell, members. So one is that just in general, again, having run a lot of numbers through, I mean, we employ one as this adaptive management as an ongoing component of how we operate. But having done a lot of analysis on workload, and trying to maximize public dollars. So we regularly have engineering services or other services. So looking to optimize what can professional staff do versus contracted. So typically the contracted work is going to have some level of profit built in and contingencies. So those are those rates, I mean, across the board for the last 12 years that I've been at the district, consistently run almost 2 to 1. Some public employees can do about 2 hours of work for the same cost as contracted work. But there's just a lot of work that we can't, right? We're not going to hire, we're not going to buy bulldozers or backhoes or have certain professional engineering or other pieces like that are going to require that. But on the whole, for work that can be done by in-house professional staff, contracting out typically is about twice the price.
Is that a question?
I just want to say, I think it's a great plan. I was just concerned about if we were setting some sort of a precedent. I appreciate that you're looking for ways to maximize the benefit that every public dollar acquires.
All right,
Can you remind us again what your original proposal was, or was not the 149 acres? Before it got scaled? Yeah, because
I could go back to my files.
Emily, can you speak to that?
Yes. Hi, Emily Hines. I'm the planning coordinator with the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District, joining you online. So our original proposal for this project was $1,625,000. And the acres that we had proposed was 23 acres of wetland, 105 acres of prairie oak savanna, 18 of wetland enhancement, and then 6 acres of forest enhancement. And so that total I have here, it was 152 acres.
I was thinking it was close, but so you're accomplishing the original acreage basically for the scaled amount of dollars that you were given.
that's great. Yeah. All right. Thank you for being here to answer questions. I don't think there are any more. Joe, you want to go? I'm going to take this as a package, not
Perfect. Mr. Chair and members, we also have some handouts for you to look at. I think we'll talk about let's do the funding and acre output analysis. So this handout right here, these numbers are something that we usually provide to the legislature in a packet. But this gives you an overall idea. If you were to approve the package today, this is like on a higher level, this is how it would look. It's broken out by acres by resource type, funding by resource type, acres by ecoregion, funding by ecoregion, and then it's got some percents based on acres and activity. So as you can see, it's, I think the thing to note here is that the difference this year to the previous years is the large amount of fee title acquisition, and that's because of the 2 forest projects. So if you take those out, then it's basically the same as their average is what we have been for the last 10 years. But that just gives you an idea of what it looks like. There's another handout here it's called ML 2627, total recommended funds by organization. And this just gives you an idea of how much money is going to each organization and how many programs they're a part of. That's sometimes helpful to know and think about. And then finally, we have the DNR land acquisition costs and initial development plan summary handout. 11 by 17 that looks like this. So when partners acquire land that go to the DNR, they have to set aside funds for land acquisition costs that go to the DNR to process the acquisition. And they also have to set aside money for the DNR IDP, initial development plan. And that's to put in parking lots, posts, all those things to get it up to the initial development requirements for DNR. And so the way that we've been doing this the last couple of years is the council makes an allocation recommendation. They do their budget, and then we will swipe that money from the partners that do this work. And then that total amount of money will get transferred to project 02 DNR functions and partner-led OHF acquisitions. And so the total amount that we found so far, we contacted a couple of the project managers and found they didn't include some of the money for certain things. So we did catch a couple of them, like FAO1 Northern Forest Legacy Project. St. Louis County is acquiring 9,000 acres, and they're getting their own appraisal, and because it's not going to the DNR, they have to have that appraisal reviewed. They didn't have the money in land acquisition costs for DNR to do that, so they added 15,000 in there. So that's part of the review of the accomplishment plans, is going through these budgets and making all of those things are caught. And so the total amount for this year's bill, based on your recommendations from September, is $1,110,500. And that would be, the proposal is to move that to the O2 DNR core functions and partner-led OHF acquisitions.
And that was part of our, the motion that we passed when we approved all of the projects, was this reallocation would take place. I just correct you, Joe, we're not swiping money. We are reallocating.
Reallocating.
Just for the record.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Chair, that's the, all of the information that we have for you at this time.
And just for those of you that are new, the reason we do the reallocation into a separate budget item is because if you looked at one of these projects that's a Pheasants Forever project, they might get all the work done in 3 years, and the project in the old days would then stay open until the DNR finished their work 2 or 3 years later. And we would be saying, hey, or PF, why aren't you finishing the project? And they'd say, we're done, it's the DNR. And so by reallocating to the DNR, now it's just the DNR's problem, and our partners are done and complete, and their final report is in, and they can move on. They don't have this, how do I get the DNR to do their final set of work?
Mr. Chair, just for clarification in my own head, so that money goes to DNR and it can only be used on
That's correct.
pretty tight.
It's a separate proposal in our bill.
Yeah, I
that
understand.
Allocates it for these specific projects.
Yeah, and so they have to use it on that. They
That's
can't
right.
use it for other DNR expenses, so.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Question
Yeah.
for staff, the funding and acre output analysis is really interesting. It's very helpful. Is there any document anywhere that shows longitudinally how this has evolved over time? Because each of the breakouts is great. I'd be curious to know how this changed over the course of the past few years, just to see if there's any trending.
Mr. Chair and members, we have that information. We just don't have a handout for you, but we can
It's okay.
certainly put it
At some
together.
point, it'd be really
Yeah.
great to look at that. Thank you.
Matt, I would like to see the same thing.
I kind of figured Daryl might like to see that.
I'm just thinking about it from the evolution of where we've spent money, and from a strategic planning standpoint, where are we going?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair and members, I would also just note that every year, the total amount of money has gone up, so that,
Fair
you know,
point.
there might be more acres every year, but that's because there's more money, so.
Fair point. Thank you.
Yeah, and the escalation in land prices and the prevailing wage, it all makes it hard to.
The proportions
see
are
the-
interesting to me.
Yeah. So what staff is recommending is, as I understand it, is that we do an approval of the revised accomplishment plans with the accepting the Bone Lake South Phase 2 shift, with the understanding that there are 2 projects, one being HA09 and the other being
HRE01.
HRE01.
No, I'm sorry. Bone Lake. The
Mr.
second one is HA09, Joe.
Mr. Chair, it's HA06 and the Metro Big Rivers.
HAO6 Greenbelt. So the motion that I'm looking for is an approval of the accomplishment plans, the
Progress the accomplishment.
progress the accomplishment plans, accepting the Bone Lake adjustment for capital equipment, and expecting that HAO6 and HAO9 would come back to us for review and approval at our December meeting. That work for staff?
Yep. And just to add, Mr. Chair and members, so we'll be using this information to write the draft bill. So the next meeting, you'll have the draft bill in front of you to review.
So we could effectively make changes next time if we didn't like what we see out of this.
That's right.
Make the motion.
Okay, Darrell's made the motion. Any other discussion? Tom, will you call the roll?
Member starting with number 8 on our list, Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eckerling.
Aye.
Eckerling, aye. Senator Her. Kaharski.
Aye.
Kaharski, aye. Mr. Chair, there are 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Great. We have approval. Thank you. Next is a discussion on the call for funding.
Right. That's me, Mr. Chair, members. Thank you. So I want to take you back. I want to show you a couple things and then take you back through how things work currently. There's a couple of things in your proposal. First of all, in your packets, there's this. It is the call for funding request. Pardon me, that's not in your packets. We've given it out so many times and people were saying, do we really need that again? So you've got that electronic, but there is a hearing criteria, which is part of the call for funding request. And then there's a sample, and this was done by Tom Test, is the manager's name. And thank you, Tom, for putting that together. But it's a sample of what the project managers have to go through from answering questions for their proposal. And a couple of things I want to mention about that. But first of all, I want to go back and just refer to the call for funding request. The call for funding request is simply a document that we publish. You all approve it. The council approves it at the January meeting. And then we publish it on April 1st. And it's a RFP, a request for proposals. In our case, we call it a call for funding requests. So it's the official document that just says, hey, we've got dollars to make recommendations for appropriation. Here's how much they are. It's the dollars can be used for this, which is habitat work. And we'd like you to consider putting in requests. So it's a really basic document. It does give the background based on statute that everything has to be pretty much defined from management plans and other considerations for good science, so to speak, or to put it in a nutshell, I guess. And part of that is the criteria that's put out so everybody can see it, so they know that when the council is going to do the scoring, they know what you're looking at for the values within that proposal. What values do they have to show and exemplify to you? So in this Tom Test document, the example of the application, it's a sample proposal. If you open that up and you look at the different questions on it, like under the second page, it says abstract, and underneath abstract, it says criteria 1. And that's the proposal abstract provides a clear and succinct overview of the proposal activities, outputs, and outcomes. Those notes on the criteria, and the next one, design and scope, is criteria 2, and so on. And as you go through it, you'll find that there may be a question on page 9 that refers to criteria 2. But what that is for is to show you that how the criteria intimately is involved with all of the questions. The questions primarily evolve because of, for 2 reasons. Number one, for the need, for the normal good procedures of grant monitoring. So the name, who, how much, who it is, how are the funds going to be used, what are the appropriate activities, the places they're going to use them, et cetera. The other thing is the questions have evolved because of statute or statutory requirement. In other words, what do we have to ask? And how do we have to, and in the Constitution, how do we have to also abide by the constitutional intent for these funds to be used? So that's how those questions have all evolved. There are, 2 years ago, we went through a fairly in-depth run through the questions as well as the call for funding request. But the big thing was the changes in the questions and reordering of changes, and then the changing in the criteria, where it used to be 100 points, now it's 120. There was an addition of at least one, if not two questions, I don't remember, for the criteria. So all that said, that's how it all came together, and that's how it all works. And I think that there is oftentimes especially with, until you've had a chance to go through it for a year, there's oftentimes the thought of, how in the heck does this work? And why are we looking at all these questions and all this information? And it's really because of, again, statutory requirement, constitutional intent, and then those grant monitoring requirements for good grant monitoring and good grant transparency. There are questions there may still be questions in here that you feel, boy, that should be asked a different way, and that we haven't thought of. And I agree, we haven't thought of everything. Some of the questions maybe shouldn't be in there anymore. There's a question on, is corn, are row crops going to be used on food plots on this property? Or are herbicides, neonics going to be used? The neonics came up just a couple of years ago because of, again, that's really an anti-pollinator product. If neonics are used, it has a systemic effect and a cascading effect on pollinators, not just on that property, but on adjacent properties and in the area. So that question came on to find out, are people using the pollinator best practices? And part of that is not using neonics. So that's a confirmation that best practices are being used. The question about food plots was, boy, that's been here pretty much as long as I've been here, I think. It's at least 10 years ago that it came on. And it was because of the question, do we really want to see food plots on WMAs? Do we not want to see them on there? Why? And if so, why? And if they're going to be there, what's the reason? And so Bowser gives the reason, and everybody else does too, DNR. Whether that one or others have met their time and they shouldn't be asked anymore is not for me to decide. These two would have a debate about, about that going forward. But other questions about, will county board approval be formally sought for acquisition of these lands? Was done for two reasons. Number one, because like DNR is required to do that, to seek county board approval. That's within their own, I don't remember if it's law or if it's actually just within their own process and procedures, or policies. But it's also to find out who from the nonprofits are actually following that process too. They don't have to, but some do, just because that's what they feel is the best policy. So I guess we'll open it up for discussion, but my encouragement to you would be to, as you look through this, take a few minutes and see if you have a question on a comment or a concern about a question, ask staff, and we will gladly take that into consideration and talk to you about it or change it or whatever is necessary. We can come back to the December meeting with all of those thoughts, or we can come back to the January meeting if you wish to wait a little bit longer, because January is when the call is presented to you all for approval. My suggestion would be we come back in December, because let's get it cleaned up before we actually come back before the call in case there's more thoughts or questions. In the past, we have done a working group or a subcommittee of the council to look at the call and the questions. On at least 2 occasions, 3 occasions that I remember. And 2 that I remember. One was just one individual that got really involved in it. And they were all good experiences, but when we do that, then we have to have meetings called and we have to have it open. So, because of the open meeting law. Mr. Chair, stand for questions.
Questions? So to clarify, is the action item to provide you all feedback between now and December, or to read it and then provide feedback at the December?
I think either way is fine, but at the December meeting, we're gonna have a more in-depth discussion about any questions that you have, either.
So it'd be helpful to give you
It would
suggestions.
be helpful.
Okay.
You know, my question has to do with contracts and things that are buried in acquisition. You know, I'd like to see that broken out because it doesn't work for me to understand what is really going on, but yours probably completely different. And Ron just wants to get rid of any question on food plots and we'll have a battle. You know, my arm wrestling's pretty good. But it would be helpful if you could read both of these documents and get any comments to staff so that they can prepare a response. I will say that the criteria, it's important we have criteria. What it really forces us all to do is read the proposals and understand them. So the specific criteria probably isn't as important as the fact that we're forced to actually have some and read it. And so if you can think of ways to simplify it or get to a different point, I think that's fair game. Ted, you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I was reviewing the applications and in some cases talking to applicants, I made a list of, I don't know, changes, suggestions. Is this the time? I mean, I don't mean right now, but like tonight when I get home, I could email to the executive director that list of those, because I think, Mark, you'd probably want to ask me, what the hell do you mean with this? And so.
It would be very helpful for you to do that so that if you're just not understanding it, he can explain it versus, hey, this is an issue everybody should look at.
And then,
or maybe you don't understand it because the question isn't clear, and that would be helpful for him to then think, and the staff as a whole to think about what would make the most sense.
and then some of them are process. They're not part of the RFP. It's how we handle it. But I'll include all that to the executive director. And
that would be great. And you know, it is your homework assignment. Ron?
Yeah, I've had some of the same thoughts going through the criteria because some of the questions, I go, I really can't answer that. I'd have to have an engineering degree and go do all this. And will it have a significant impact? Well, hell, I don't know. And nobody knows until it's done and there for some time. So I find it kind of silly questions because, and I agree with David, we need some criteria, but maybe the questions could be done so I don't need an engineering.
You should point out the silly ones.
Well, I'll do that.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Because we've all struggled with it.
Right.
You know, and some of it feels like the same questions being asked twice. I will tell you that there was a former council member that really liked getting into the detail of criteria, and maybe it's time to lighten up a little bit.
Well, I've noticed in some of the applications that different proposals, they must have taken the same wording and copied it and just pasted it in all theirs because it's the same. It's the same.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Of course.
Just wait till ChatGPT gets used more.
So maybe it's a question that should be eliminated because it's meaningless.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, sorry, Tom.
No, I think the question could be too, which ones, rather than which ones are the silly questions, which ones are most important? Because that's how it always comes out for me.
Yeah.
You know, I've got 5, 6, 7 that I emphasize, so.
Yeah, please.
I also will say, as a new member, I very much appreciate the scars of the people who have done this for the past however many cycles, because I can only imagine what this would have been like at the very early days. So, I mean, appreciate the fact that there is so much institutional experience here.
Sorry, Jared.
That's right. So I'm with Matt in terms of, obviously as a newbie, it's kind of like this is a daunting task. And I know, David, you and I chatted a number of times as well about it. And so I feel a lot better after getting through it one time. Kristen and I were visiting today about it even. But, you know, I have to admit that the hearing criteria, there was some good questions. But some of them I thought were obvious. If they don't, like, number one, if they don't give me a clear, succinct overview of the proposal, I'm thinking, then don't send it on to me even. I mean, I guess maybe that's my management.
Except someone's gonna apply and someone has to say, don't send it on. So do you like the proposal or not?
So I guess what I was saying was, the scars that Matt mentioned, it's like, okay, there's reasons for some of these.
Yes.
Some of them to me seemed obvious in terms of if they don't, it shouldn't have even been advanced, I guess, to me, was my thought process. It's not that it shouldn't be there. It's just a question of, should I have it in my scoring? You know, it should be clear and succinct, or it shouldn't even be here, was, I guess, my thought process.
Except who gets to make the decision?
I can't dispute that. So it's a scars thing. So, but the one thing that as I went through the proposals, and I know there were several others, I think Matt was one of them, that we both looked at the public access. And I know the question is answered in here, you know, whether it's open to hunting or fishing when they get done. But there's really nothing in this scoring that brings that. And so in my method, you said just be consistent, Daryl. So I was. So for me, if public use was allowed, it effectively got a 10 from me. And if public use wasn't allowed, it got a 0 as far as in my scoring mechanism. Because I felt that if we're using taxpayer money, these projects should by and large be, and I know there's some instances where they're not, but they'll have to sell themselves on their merits then, but that they should be being used by the public if we're spending public money to do it. So I'd like to see a score point. I'm not sure if it's an add, it's a deduct somewhere else, but I'd like to see that as an item.
That's fine. The only thing I would caution you on is the criteria has to be consistent with the constitutional language for the dedication of funds, which does not have anything about public access in it or about public use, other than if it's fee purchase, it has to be open to the taking of gain. And so that's why we haven't had something in the criteria, because it isn't related to the constitutional dedication of the funds.
So are all 12 of these items in the hearing criteria then, are all those all written in the Constitution?
I think you could argue they are, but they may not be clear.
I mean, that, my pushback to you is, okay, you know, if you're, and I'm not saying.
I mean,
hunting,
leverage
fishing, I'm
is-
saying public use,
Yeah.
so.
Leverage isn't certainly, so maybe you're right. But it would be a point of discussion and interest. It's not the determining factor.
It would just be one item of the score.
It's one item.
Yeah.
And so you should make that suggestion.
Having done so, and duly noted, I will make sure I send that comment in. And the other thing that you'd mentioned about the call, you know, I've been striving for a few months. Ron hasn't been as supportive as I had hoped he was going to be pushing along here, but on the lake aspect of the habitat, in lake habitat improvements, I'd really like to see more emphasis on our call, that we're effectively saying we'd like to see more of those type of projects, just so the message gets out there. I think that people may see us as doing Pheasants Forever member, be a member, all that kind of stuff. I'm glad we're doing those projects, but I'd like to see, and that's part of the summary information, I'd like to see some kind of characterization of how our funding has been spent since the beginning and how much of it has gone to the lake side of things. I guess I view it as I think about people who are gonna vote on this amendment at sometime in 2034. I'd like to show them how all citizens of Minnesota have benefited. And I feel right now that we've not been able to do much projects in lakes. I know that's kind of a DNR issue, so not necessarily us, but I'd like to be able to make some progress on those lake activities in lake habitat, shoreline habitat stuff. So that's my request for the call. Ron, come on, spit it out. I can see you want to say something.
He only cares
I
about.
I was just sitting here half asleep when you accused me of something, but I'll just let you know that
It's not a run river.
one reason, one reason the DNR fisheries chief was here our last meeting is because some of us got him aside and said, "What the heck? You've never asked for anything for walleye habitat projects, blah, 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 blah. The trout people are here all the time and they're doing well. I think we embarrassed him enough. He came here and I think we'll see some lake proposals. But it was, I'll just take credit for it.
Good, thank you. Take all the credit you want.
And I will say, if you look at the plans that are referenced, all the conservation plans, they do include lakes. I mean, it's not like they're devoid of lakes. What we haven't seen is proposals specifically identifying lake habitat restoration kind of work. We've seen a lot of proposals about shoreline and uplands that drain into lakes, which are part of the picture.
Agreed. I mean, that does benefit the lakes. I'm not disputing that. I guess the project down in Albert Lee that came to us and got funding, where they had done a bunch of things in lake, really caught my interest. And so I'd like to see some emphasis on, looking for RFPs for those kind of
So
projects.
talk about looking for.
Sure. Looking for things, proposals. You want to go with Ted first?
Sorry, I didn't see.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm looking over here.
Mr. Chairman, there's 15 people on this council. And we all have our, pardon, 12, 12, I'm sorry, 12. I should know that, shouldn't I? I want it. We all have our priorities. And I don't hunt and I don't fish, but I like to go hiking in the woods. I live right next door to a 60-acre county park that's called a nature park. All you can do is hike in it. There are literally thousands of people over the course of a year that use that for bird watching, hiking, mushroom hunting, whatever. There's a wildlife management area about a mile from me that's about 60 acres. And for about 2 weeks in the fall, there's 1 or 2 cars in that parking lot for hunters. I'm not going to give extra points because it's open for hunting, but I'm going to give extra points if it's going to create more opportunities for bird watching and hiking and those hiking and or hunting and fishing activities. In order for us to, each of the 12 of us, to have the flexibility to rank things, I don't think we can favor 1 or 2 outdoor activities over another. I think it has to focus on habitat value and, expansion. So public use is much more than just hunting and fishing.
That's all I asked for, Ted. I wasn't referring to it should have hunting and fishing. My scoring along was public use allowed, was because I don't care whether you're a hiker, walker, biker, bird watcher, hunter, fisherman. My view is we're spending taxpayer money. The public got to be able to utilize that land. So I don't think we're opposite ends in that.
I'm glad you clarified that, Daryl, because that's what I understood you meant too, is public access.
Okay,
Want me to go ahead?
you go ahead.
Okay. Members, as you think about, I love the comments. I love the thoughts that you all are putting into this. And as we go forward, especially with respect to new endeavors, like in-lake work for walleye or for fish, we have to understand that there's a capacity building necessity for the nonprofits, for the watershed districts, for the lake associations, for DNR, whoever it might be, to get those things in place. One example, and sometimes they don't come forward in a perfect fashion. And because of that, this year's a great example. We had Howard Lake come forward that did not get recommended for funding. The council had some questions about Howard Lake. Afterwards, each one of those proposals that were not recommended for funding, staff has reached out to them to have meetings to try to help them figure out how can they move forward. And if it's not with OHF, how can they look for other funds? So we've done that. And I've had a couple of meetings on Howard Lake so far. Actually 3 meetings so far. So, and whether those come back to us or they come back to the CPL program, I don't know. And it doesn't matter to me as long as they get a chance to understand where were the weak points, what were their strong points, and how can, for us to give them a chance to build their capacity, to build their understanding of how the funds have to be used. I should mention too, I did have a meeting just a few weeks ago with Brad from DNR and talked about his presentation and talked about generally what can happen or what maybe could happen and new ideas. And he was excited as heck in my estimation, he was very excited and positive about the feedback he got from the council regarding what might be and that they could actually think out of the box. So he was having a meeting with all of his fisheries people, and he had already been laying out at that time, sending out emails saying that start thinking out of the box. It doesn't have to be a big grandiose project. It can be smaller. So, and it can be an early endeavor rather than something that's proven as something that works. So it'll be interesting to see what they come back with. And I would think that they'll come back in the spring with some different types of proposals within fishery. I would hope that's the case.
Yeah, Mark, I also, going back to Howard Lake, I got a call from them and they were asking me what was wrong, et cetera. And in my estimation, how they had described their control of carp was pretty weak. And because if they don't get the carp controlled, it's for naught for the most part. And they didn't seem to know that they could trap them in the wintertime and really dent the population, just things like that. So, because we all want to clean up our lakes, and they were going to step forward with Howard Lake and using chemicals for the invasive species is another can of worms, but that's for a later discussion.
Yeah, it is.
The discussion around applying these funds more toward individual lakes and fisheries, I think is a valid one. I do think we have to, as a council, have a better understanding of those ecosystems and the ability to affect change there versus what some of the ones we've been funding in the past. Because if you think about whether it's land acquisition, whether it's restoration, whether it's an easement, these projects all seem to have a certain level of control around them. And even private easements, there's requirements for stewardship. When we get into a lake that maybe has 30% private ownership and has its own rules and its own rules and its own stewardship, we could spend a ton of money on it, and then it will have not a whit of good because there's no regulations with regard to shoreline on private land, or there's bad policy in terms of what we've got in place for bag limits, or they haven't controlled weeds, they don't have a lake association that's involved with it. So all I'd say is that whatever we do on the lake side, we just have to make sure that it actually is going to have an impact.
One last comment.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, one last comment for the members. You should know too that the discussion you had with Brad when he was here and your discussion now have already increased the number of proposals that will come up next year to CPL and to this council. I already know that there are other lake associations, watershed districts, SWCDs who are thinking about other in-water stuff to do. And I've been approached already asking, is this something we can think about and to what degree? So I've had that conversation a couple of times, giving them some parameters and asking them to go back and listen to the responses and look at the written questions. So you've already made an impact by doing that. So please keep asking the questions and keep giving advice to the members.
I think one of the things that we're gonna have to think about as we get proposals for lakes specific is our past experience at funding programs versus projects. We have found that when we fund specific geographic focused projects, small geographic focused projects, that there are things that get in the way. And then it doesn't go forward and it just sits and languishes. Where when we have funded programs that would take a watershed, the best example in terms of water is dam removal. We've been given examples of what they want to do, but boy, I tell you, when they get to the permitting of removing a dam, they think they've got it done and something comes up and they can't do that one, but we're in a program with them so that they can move to another one and another one, where if we identify Howard Lake and say, this is where it is, that money's stuck for 5 years. And so to the degree we can be more programmatic in our funding versus specific project, you'll see more conservation actually done. And that's just a consideration that we ought to keep in mind as we go down this path. Nobody's opposed to doing projects in lakes and rivers. Certainly not me. The how to do it has been problematic.
I
And we've
guess
been very successful in the dam removal side of things. So.
Dam just about a month ago with my county, because we were I'm on their natural resource advisory committee, and we were out looking at an area that had a dam, and I was like, hey, there's a project for you here you could do. But I agree. I think we need to have something, and you know, whether it's through the DNR or through Bowser, have something that's, we identify types of projects that we could fund within that program kind of thing, and have them apply for that. And I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I parallel it to what we do with, you know, our wetland restoration. Is there something that's a lake restoration that looks kind of the same way? I don't know what that is. So I hope Brad was able to come up with some great ideas and bring us back something. I mean, I don't know what that means. If it's red areas, if it's cattail removal, if it's in lake structures, I don't know what it looks like, but I'd like to see some focus on it.
And there's permanent versus temporary, and we have to always, you know, what gets us the most long-term bang for the buck. We have to think about, but you know, I bet there's a budget somewhere for a few sticks of dynamite and you can take out that dam.
Lighting fires and blowing things up today.
Yeah, I tell you, we're gonna have fun.
Andy has the next.
Oh, any other discussions about this? Everyone understand their homework assignment? Take those 2 documents home and mark them up and get your comments to the staff.
David, can these be sent electronically?
We will do that.
So I can do about a couple pages about food plots on there? Okay.
All right, great, thanks. Next is discussion, extension of availability of funds requests. Sandy.
Okay, this year we have 2 requests for extensions of time. And just to give you a little bit of background, we added a question in the status update process this year, well, actually a while ago, that says, will you be able to achieve the stated goals within the availability of the appropriation? And that has helped us quite a bit as far as trying to anticipate people that may be struggling. So this year we actually had 5 requests, and we were able to work with 3 of them. 2 of them were being very proactive, and we felt like they could just be on hold and potentially come back next year. The one program reshuffled some budget categories around, and they were able to spend down their money and not need an extension. And the 2 before you today, Phelan Creek and St. Louis River Restoration, I think staff feels are extraordinary situations in which extensions could be given. The St. Louis River Restoration is tied to the federal shutdown. They are very of managing the Mud Lake design of that project. And then Phelan Creek also, they work with lots of municipalities. There's a lot of utilities involved in this, and I think it just wasn't probably known at the time when they started this project. So staff is in support of these two extensions.
All right. You've all had them in your packets. Assume you've reviewed them. Are there any questions?
Neither one of the projects has had an extension prior to this.
The St. Louis River did get one a couple of years ago, but it was primarily so that if they got the additional time, they could finish the work and not have to come back and ask for money, which they did not do. And this extension is specifically tied to the link with the federal government and their funding and work with the Mud Lake.
Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that previous extension was also on a different phase of this.
Different phase. Thank you. Thank you.
And can you tell me how long government shutdown's been going on? Because it seems like.
I wish I knew.
It's just a bit longer than the current. Government shutdown would be, I'm like, okay, you want an extra 60-day extension? Okay, but a 1-year extension, and they're expecting the government shutdown to go on a long time, I guess.
If I may.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself saying.
But Member Palmer, that brings up a good point, and we should point out that anytime the council recommends an extension, we don't approve it. We approve recommendation of an extension to the legislature. So then it goes in the bill. The legislature, the staff has to justify that in front of committee, and then it goes through the legislative process, and they have to make a change because it's changing legislative law session. That's a good point.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve these two requests, which would then be folded into our bill? All right.
Have a question over here?
Yeah, it looks like they both spent down to 94%. Yeah, I mean, it was all I was gonna comment. We're kind of at the closing phases. I hate doing extensions if there's no good reason, but.
The lucky thing is we're not seeing anything close to the number of extensions we at one time saw. We've
The hammers
have stopped that. All right, Tom, will you call the roll?
Members, number 7 on our list, Koharski.
Aye.
Koharski, aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling, aye. Senator Her. Mr. Chair, there are 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next is item 11, discussion action amendment request to allow fee acquisition activity. Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is mine. So you have before you a request that comes from Minnesota Land Trust with regards to their Minnesota laws of 23 and 24 appropriations for accelerating habitat conservation in Southwest Minnesota. We have them here to answer questions from you. I'll give a quick overview of this. So there's 3 years of appropriation to this program that have happened. ML20, which has already put in their final report, and that was completed on basically this year, October 23rd. So they accomplished 4 easements, and that's in the memo here, for a total of 476 acres out of the 550 that they had anticipated, and a total cost of about 2.1 million. They're having more difficulty, as they'll tell you, with regards to doing easements for 23 and 24. I have there's some additional considerations I think the council should take into mind when they're listening, asking their questions as well as reviewing this. And that's that I'm going to state them right up front, I guess. This is a fairly major change of intent and activities. Session law for their appropriations, these two appropriations listed easement acquisition as the main activity. It did not list fee title acquisition, and that's why they're here. Not just to ask for permission for that, but ask for the council's recommendation to the legislature to change session law in this case. I consider that a fairly major thing, and it always should come before it has to come before the council. It's also a fairly unprecedented change, especially to this degree. And I don't think the council, I would recommend the council not take it lightly. I have some concerns that it might also provide a precedence moving forward for other potential such changes. So I just leave those concerns in front of the council. And Mr. Chair, that's all.
Yeah, and we want to hear from them. I will say, we have seen within proposals that include both acquisition and fee shifts before. But this is different in that the original proposal was easement only, and this would switch it to fee. We've never seen that. So we've seen shifts before where 60% of the money went to fee and 40% went to easement. And they come back and say there's a better opportunity to do 60% easement and 40% fee. And that's been not a problem, but this is different than that. So I just wanted to make that clear. So go ahead. Explain why you're here, please.
Chair Hartwell and council members, my name is Wayne Osley. I'm the Director of Land Protection at the Minnesota Land Trust. To my left is Chad Kingstrom. He's our program manager that works out in the prairies of Minnesota, both in Southwest Minnesota, but also West Central Minnesota. As Mark Johnson mentioned, we do have a program in Southwest Minnesota that is largely focused on conservation easement acquisition with private landowners, as well as habitat restoration. And so we're currently in our third grant associated with that program. We are seeing a stream of conservation easements. I would kind of clarify that if we stayed with a focus on conservation easements with these two grants, that we would be able to achieve our goals with respect to those. So I want to make that clear. What we have been seeing, however, in Southwest Minnesota is a real spike in interest on the fee acquisition side of the equation. A lot of that's market driven. And so we've been approached by the DNR and have had conversations with the DNR as to whether we might be able to step in and fill a void there due to the interest landowners in selling key strategic properties in Southwest Minnesota. Most of the organizations that have received funding from the Outdoor Heritage Fund to acquire lands in Southwest Minnesota are largely spent. And so there's priorities in front of us, in front of the DNR that they would like to see if we can respond to so that we can kind of address this need. Our program focused in Southwest Minnesota, as I mentioned, is principally on conservation easements. I think long-term that remains our focus. In some specific opportunities or specific situations, we would like the latitude to step in and fill some of the strategic void. It's not dissimilar. It is dissimilar, but also not dissimilar in the sense of how we operated recently to pull down the Mantrack Lake 3M property, where our partner in the fisheries grant out in the headwaters had fee acquisition as part of the appropriation language. We did not, and so we came before the council and asked for permission to use our funds in that direction because, as it was mentioned here before, because the appropriation language for the grant as a whole allowed for fee acquisition, we merely had to come to the council to ask for that. This is different in that appropriation language does not include fee acquisition as part of the mix. So you're kind of the first stop in seeing if you are willing to help us step in this direction. Ultimately, it does need to go to the legislature for approval and a change to the appropriation language. I'm looking at you, Mark, to see if I got that right.
Mr. Chair, yes, we would be the first stop. And if the council says no, then your next stop, if you wish to take one, would be going to individual legislators trying to amend the bill.
Yeah. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chad Kingstrom just to talk a little bit more about the opportunities that are before us and have been put before us in conversation with the DNR.
So in my conversations with DNR staff, they shared a sort of a suite of fee acquisition opportunities, and I've narrowed those down to the counties that are within our Southwest Minnesota grant. And so the four highlights include a possible addition to the Sarah Mason WMA in Murray County. That's 231 acres. A proposed addition to the Burgo WMA in Chippewa County, about 80 acres, as well as a proposed addition to the Bashaw WMA in Brown County. That's a small one of 24 acres, and then another 80 acres proposed addition to the Heritage WMA in Lincoln County. Got a sort of a spread across the area, but those are the parcels we wanted to highlight today as opportunities to pursue. We can take further questions. I've got some more information about those parcels as well.
Suzanne and then Andrew.
So, generally, isn't there a significant cost increase between easement costs versus fee acquisition? And I mean, is there enough funding to be able to accomplish any of this?
There is, yes.
Right. So there would be, with this approval, there would be an adjustment to the outputs to the extent we step in towards and actually achieve some of the goals of land protection on the fee side. So
okay,
they are more expensive. Fee acquisitions, we typically see or easement acquisitions, we typically see the conservation easement. It's a broad range, but significantly less than the fee. On average, we see about easement constituting 60% of the fee statewide. That can vary from 20% all the way up to 80% in some situations.
Okay.
So,
Andrew?
Well, I'm going to be a hard no on this. This is, I think you're asking a lot of the council. I think you're definitely asking a lot of the legislature. If the council is to approve this today, I would go to Representative Vang, Representative Burkle, and Senator Fongher, and we'd probably have a conversation about not doing this. Your proposal sounds great. I think it's about 3 years behind schedule. And to be honest, I don't think it's a bad idea, whether it's fee acquisition or easement. I mean, we've passed. I think it would set a bad precedent for the rest of the partners in the room. I don't know. This is quite the change to change the law from 3 years ago and keep the dollars the same. I'm sorry that there isn't the appetite in Southwest Minnesota for easement. Maybe that's the issue, that there's a capacity that you've hit. I'm sure that's part of it. I don't know. We as a council don't get to make those calls or make the judgment on whether or not there is that appetite. And if there's appetite for fee, you already have your proposal set up for next year. So we could see in the spring. This process I would not be comfortable with. So Mr. Chair, that's kind of where I sit on it.
Matt?
So if it's okay, I have a question for Senator Lang. So what you're suggesting is if they want to do this, apply next year.
Proposal, bring it to us. I mean,
thank you.
I know it's a turn back, but
it's understandable. I appreciate that perspective.
If you don't get approval of your request, do you still think you're going to get some easements done?
We have Chairman Hartwell and members, we do have easement work in progress. Now we're doing easements now. We just recognized that there was an opportunity here and maybe we could help out because, you know, we are listening to the council to hear them say like, maybe we want public lands and more public access. And so that's like, well, we have funds. The DNR has showed us that there's a need. And we just thought it didn't hurt to ask to see if it's something that we could do. We've continued to do conservation easement projects and we intended to do with these grants as funds were available and try to prioritize, just work with the DNR to see if there's something we could get done. So we'll continue to do easement projects.
I have a question, related, and whoever can answer this would be great. In this last round of requests, there seemed to be a lot of applications that said a combination of easements and acquisitions, which I assumed was done to give you a little bit of wiggle room to be able to make these kinds of things. Why wouldn't that have been done in these past applications to be able to give that flexibility?
Chair Hartwell, council members, historically, we have, I'm just talking on behalf of the land trust, focused purely on conservation easements and habitat restoration as the core. We did submit a proposal 2 years ago, I believe, with focus in the Minnesota River that was intentionally broader. And so that did have a fee acquisition and conservation easement element to it. And we are seeing interest on both the conservation easement and the fee acquisition side of the equation. So that's, getting back to your question, we've started to step in that direction in some key strategic areas and may continue that forward in places like Southwest Minnesota.
Thank you.
Ted?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Wayne, if you don't get this change, somewhat goes back to Senator Lang's point, will you be able to acquire easements for all of the acres that were intended in the application?
And that's our goal, obviously, that's what we stated we would do. We do have conservation easements in the pipeline that will use up a pretty significant amount of funding associated with certainly the second Southwest Minnesota grant and into the Southwest Minnesota 3 grant. Others that are kind of being developed right now that our goal is to do that, and we're pretty confident we'll be able to hit that goal. We missed it slightly in the Southwest Minnesota 1 grant, as Mark said, but got some absolutely great conservation easement projects out of the mix.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've long supported your work in the southwest part of the state. It's been very effective, and you're one of the it's a very important area of the state to be effective. I do have concerns about having a red flag go up in the legislature. We don't need that. So I'm thinking, why don't you just apply for acquisition next year or this? And you haven't expressed any urgency that this land has to be purchased soon, or it's going to be a Mall of America or something. So if there's no urgency, why don't we just wait and do it the right way and not raise the hackles of these folks over?
Well,
that's my thought.
What I heard was the DNR has asked them to make this request.
They made them the sacrificial lambs.
It sort of feels that way.
Chair Hartwell, I wouldn't necessarily frame it that way. We just talked and they said, yes, we have this. So I'll defend them a little bit and say that they didn't just send us here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just maybe a question for staff or when you talk about a little bit of leeway, and you mentioned the 40-60, and I think the council is probably fairly comfortable with that, but I do want to make the point that I'd hate to see an acquisition proposal come in that's either or. I think I'd like to see that specificity come in and say it's a 40-45 split, whatever it may be, just so we have, we're not just throwing money at something. So it's specific.
You don't have measurable outcomes.
But yeah,
Don't
yeah.
specify
And
that.
I think our application process is robust enough that we can see that. With the added ability of the council to have a little wiggle room, so.
So I haven't heard anyone sort of say they're dying to make a motion to approve this. Did I miss anyone's intent? I think you have our answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, go do easements. Next is item 12, presentation, discussion, understanding DNR permitting for OHF projects. Mark, do you want to?
Members and Mr. Chair, Mr. Deneen is here because, well, you've all asked for information and we try to, NR has always been very gracious about coming in and helping us understand. Today's information is really about, as the chair said, about the permitting process. There are a lot of different variables to it, and it's not just DNR. There's Fed, there's local, there's lots of different aspects to it. So hopefully Mr. Deneen will share that with us and give us some perspective of how big this is.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. Okay, Randall, again, this introduction, Randall Doneen. I'm a section manager within the Division of Ecological and Water Resources in the Department of Natural Resources. The section that I manage is called the Conservation Assistance and Regulation section. It includes 4 main programs. One is the land use, which consists of shoreline, floodplain, and wild scenic river regulations. Second is dam safety program. Third is environmental review, and last but not least is water regulation. Is all within the conservation assistance and regulation section. Thanks for having me here today. Gonna briefly, oops, I think I can make this move. Oh, there you got it. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about just the regulatory landscape of these stream restoration enhancement projects. I think as the executive director explained, there is a very robust landscape that these projects need to navigate. And then I want to focus a little bit on the programs with which I have influence over, which is environmental review and work in public waters. As those are common regulatory processes that these types of projects interact with. And then I want to talk a little bit about continuous improvement efforts that we're looking at for those aspects. And then lastly, recommendations going forward. So, probably the first thing to talk about is environmental review. The way it's common for projects that have physical manipulation of the environment to trip the mandatory categories for environmental review, and thus maybe an environmental assessment worksheet or environmental impact statement is needed. And I'm going to talk in more detail about that. A work in public waters permit. Obviously, if you're changing the course, current, or cross section, you may need a permit. That depends on the scope and scale of what you're trying to do, but common for restoration projects to need a work in public waters permit. Depending on the nature and location of your job, you may of the project, you may need a threatened and endangered species takings permit if there's rare resources, threatened and endangered species in the area. And then other agencies, the Army Corps of Engineers, if you're working in the water, 404 permit, and then depending on what the nature of that activity is and the 404 regulations around it, you also may need a 401 water quality certification from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Also, if you're filling in wetlands, you'll need a local unit of government Wetland Conservation Act approval, and you could need other local government approvals, whether you need. And so there can be quite a few different regulations that each project would need to navigate to get to the completion. Moving back to environmental review, because that's sort of the first, if you have a project, determine, do you need to do environmental review? Because there's a prohibition on governmental decisions until an environmental is complete. And there's the way the environmental review rules work, they have mandatory categories. And if your project trips within those mandatory categories, it's either a mandatory environmental or a mandatory environmental impact statement. There's 2 mandatory environmental assessment worksheet categories, which tend to capture stream restoration enhancement projects. One is if you're going to do a realignment of 500 feet of a natural water course or realignment of any trout stream. Many times these streams have been disconnected from their floodplain. They've been channelized. And so trying to re-meander those streams trips this mandatory category. Another mandatory category that gets tripped quite often, course current cross section of a public water, a 1 acre or more of a public water. Again, the dam removals are common ones that would trip that, depending on the size of the dam for the work you're doing in the public waters. It's a common one. Again, environmental assessment worksheets, the purpose is to fill out the simple worksheet, disclose those potential impacts to the public for public comment, and decide if they're significant. And I think that's really the end game of a worksheet, environmental assessment worksheet. Are there significant? If there's significant impacts, then you order an environmental impact statement, which is a much more detailed and robust. Not very many projects of restoration project trip environmental impact statements, but it can happen periodically. I can think of one example of a dam removal that tripped an EIS category. So those are what the projects that end up. These categories designate who the responsible governmental unit is, and it's either the DNR or the local unit of government. And so if we're proposing the project, we're automatically the RGU. So if fisheries or whoever is proposing the project, we would be the RGU. Many times watershed districts or local units of governments will have the local unit of government be the responsible government unit for preparing those worksheets. So with environmental review, there's no exemption for good projects. I think every proposer comes into environmental review with their project being seen as good, right? And these projects are no different. They come in, we take a look at the project. It's a physical manipulation of the environment, sometimes in water, many times in water, and rare resources or sensitive resources are there. And so it's important that we have the government approvals and that the environmental review help support those governmental approvals by providing information to the regulators. Environmental review can help ensure proper design and construction techniques. And one of the main benefits of environmental review, it's a holistic review. It looks at all aspects of the project, all aspects of the impacts, everything. And it provides the public systematic access to governmental decision making. It is a public comment period. It's a 30-day public comment period where the public can let their concerns and issues and desires be known. Transitioning a little bit to the work in public waters, which is another regulatory program within the Conservation Assistance and Regulation section. The work in public waters has, in addition to the statutory requirements, public waters, and it's Minnesota Chapter 6115. And we actually have very specific requirements for restoration of public waters. So the rules even consider specific things that we need to look at when we're working in the public water, trying to restore those that have the overall goals, that have a protection of habitat, preserve the natural character, maintain water quality or improve water quality. Those are the overarching goals. And we have, under the rules, we have prohibitions, things that just can't be done. You can't obstruct navigation. You can't create non-essential upline. You don't want to adversely impact public infrastructure. There's these things that just can't be done, and we need to measure to make sure that any sort of project isn't going to be implementing any of these prohibitions. And then lastly, we need to evaluate the minimal impact solution. You know, what are you trying to achieve? What is the easiest, least environmental way to do that? We also have to measure consistency with floodplain and shoreline standards. We can't raise the flood stage. That's a common issue that gets identified in one of these. And we need to make sure that we're meeting the shoreline standards for the local unit of government. And there's many specific standards and different types of restoration activities in the rule, but this just gives you a taste of the type of things that we need to look at as these projects move forward. Both the environmental review and the work in public waters are long-standing regulatory processes that have served Minnesota's wells for generations. You know, the DNR regulatory programs provide a neutral evaluation of these projects. They're not based on whether we like the project or we don't like the project. The rules and the statute are there. We take the project, we measure it against those statutes and those rules to ensure it meets those compliance, and then we render a decision. You know, the intent of the completed project isn't a significant factor in our rules, except for trying to determine what the minimal impact solution is, right? What are we trying to achieve? What is the problem we're trying to solve? And what is the environmental impactful way of resolving that question? So I'm going to move a little bit to the timelines for these regulatory processes, because I know that's one of the concerns that have been identified with this group, and they do take time, without question. Environmental assessment worksheets take anywhere between 6 to 12 months. You know, the project proposer completes what we call the data submittal, which is really just filling out the EAW form, and then submits that to the responsible unit of government, the RGU, and then the RGU either requests additional information, revisions, or they add additional information that they own, that they have, that they want to make sure that the public and other regulatory agencies are aware of. There's a 30-day public comment period as part of when that environmental assessment worksheet's been completed. And so we get all sort of comments in there. And then we have a 30-day timeline to make a decision on the need for an EIS after that public comment period. These timelines are very dependent on several factors. One is the initial data submittal. How good is the additional data submittal? How many times does the RGU have to send the proposer back for additional information? Or can it be done in one round or 2 rounds? That's important. And how responsive is the proposer to the feedback that the RGU gives, and their ability to go get that additional information and provide it usefully. And then lastly, the number and nature of public comments you get is a significant factor in how long it takes. You know, if you get, 5 or 6 comments that are easy addressed or just spiking about whether they like the project or not, that's the easy one. But when you get 600 comments with very detailed technical aspects, it takes a long time to work through those to get to the decisions. Moving on to the timelines for work in public waters. Once an application is received, we've got 30 days to determine whether it's complete or not. Once we've determined that it's complete, then we invoice the applicant, and once the applicant pays that invoice, that application fee, then we have a 30-day comment period. It's not a public comment period. It goes to the local units of governments, soil and water conservation districts, watershed districts, and DNR internal technical staff to review that applications, make sure that, get any feedback on its compliance with management plans, get DNR technical staff to evaluate the veracity of the project, any concerns they have from the resources with the project. And then once we've gotten that information, then we can move forward to assessing the proposal in front of us with the statutory and rule language that I referenced earlier to get to a decision. The statutes do have a 150-day goal for making our decisions from a complete application. We do put a permitting efficiency report to the legislature every year. And as you can see in FY23 and in FY24, we get about 500 applications a year. 95% of those applications get a decision within that 150-day goal. So the agency is actually really good at meeting that 150-day goal for these permit decisions. So I want to think about some examples for you, and I'm sure that you folks have examples that you've experienced as part of this council and as project partners have moved forward. But just to give a sense of kind of the issues that can happen, for environmental review, riparian ownership, it can be a big deal. And making sure that that's all lined up, riparian property owners are informed and knowledgeable of the project is important. That's come out in environmental review. Identification of cultural resources or other rare resources has been evaluated in environmental review. And also in water construction activities, ensuring that the activities are constructed in a way to minimize the potential impacts to those water-based resources. Moving on to an example of work in public waters. This is a specific proposal that we had in front of us. The application was submitted while environmental review was going on. And so we couldn't issue a decision right away, but it sounds like it was good that we didn't because they needed to work through that environmental review. The threatened endangered species issue was identified in environmental review, but it was deferred. The resolution of that issue was deferred to the permitting phase. And so that added timeline to have to work with the applicant on what they would do to help avoid or minimize impact to that threatened species that's known to be in the area. And then we issued the permit, the proposer, and in hindsight, wanted to make some revisions to this, to the proposal. So they came back with an amendment. It turns out that amendment had some additional fill in the floodplain, so we had to conduct additional no-rise analysis. Again, we can't push the flooding waters onto downstream landowners, so we needed to do that analysis. So it ended up being, a couple years for that project to go forward. But you can see how issues here, issues there can kind of extend the time frame of these as they move forward. Moving on to continuous improvements efforts, the EQB is the keeper of the environmental review rules. They regularly evaluate those mandatory categories. The stream restoration enhancement category has been discussed. It just has never found what the proposed resolution would be sufficient that would still have the benefits of environmental review, but not be as onerous as it existing is. But that has not been identified, not through lack of effort. I've sat on several committees that have worked with EQB to try to address those issues. The other thing that we've discussed internally, we haven't officially proposed this, but one of the things that EQB can allow, they can allow specialized forms that can be tailored to the types of projects. We have those for feedlots, and I know MnDOT has them for transportations. And so that would be something that the agency and other partners could work with EQB on what would be a form specific for stream restoration enhancement projects. And also an environmental review, alternative environmental review. We've discussed internally, we haven't discussed externally, but maybe for dam removal, do we need an alternative environmental review for dam removal projects? And so that's something that could be looked at going forward. As far as work in public waters, we're always continually looking at efforts to increase our efficiency and effectiveness in those. We have monthly field hydro calls, we'll cover all sorts of topics around consistency and application of the rules. We have implemented what we call an Operation Dashboard Relief, which is essentially when staff get overloaded in one area, staff from other geographic areas can come in and assist. It's been very good. It's been good that we've had that, especially if we have vacancies or just overloaded applications in the area. And we also do annual programmatic training. We provide, we see what the needs are out there, where we're seeing stresses, where people are having questions, and we develop trainings. And so we're continuing to always continuing to work on this improvement of this regulatory program. We recently, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, got legislative clarification that we do have rulemaking authority under this. We haven't implemented any rulemaking authority, but we're in the process of collecting suggestions and ideas for where we might want removal. And one of the ideas that we've collected is there's a limitation on natural materials within the rules. And we're looking at it like, well, maybe we don't need that limitation. We want people to use natural materials. And so maybe that's a rule revision that we're at less. And there'll be other potential things for the rule revisions when we actually get to it. But right now, we're just assessing where are the deficiencies in the existing rule and what can we do to address them. Moving on to recommendations to help project proposers move smoothly through these regulatory processes, because that's really our goal. We want folks to be able to move. Early coordination is a common mechanism where people come to us, they've got a concept, they've got an area, they can share those with us, get our feedback on how it lines up against the rules. Does it trip environmental review? Does it not? Are there rare resources? We developed a software program that's called the Minnesota Conservation Explorer, where people can go online and submit their projects and get a screening for rare resources. Highly encourage folks to do that MCE even before they submit a grant application to this body. And I know there's a limitation. You can't spend money before you get your authorization, but it would be money well spent to get that screening level evaluation for rare resources before your project move forward, because that'll add time if you've got rare resources that you're going to have to deal with. Another area where we've seen success internally within the DNR, we have two divisions that are common environmental review clients. That's the Parks and Trails and their developments, and Fisheries and their enhancements. And what's been helpful is if those entities develop somebody that's familiar with environmental review to act as a liaison between the technical folks, because the technical folks are very good at developing their projects, very good at the ecologies, maybe not always so good at navigating regulatory processes. And so having somebody that can be that liaison it's helped immensely in Parks and Trails to have somebody that's familiar with it, can work with their staff, can work with our staff to navigate these regulatory processes. Highly recommend that for any project proposer as well. And then lastly, consider what the EQB might have to offer for a form specific or even alternative environmental review. That would be something to consider going forward. But again, I want to thank the council and the chair for having me here, and I'm open for any questions or discussion.
Questions? Daryl?
I guess my only question is, you've been actively involved, so is staff and some of our folks who have gotten grant money. Do they have some examples they could talk about that maybe from a discussion standpoint that we could talk about what the problems were and see if there are other solutions, or is that not something we want to do in a public format?
I'm happy to do anything to bring the issue up. I don't know if there's specific examples that we're prepared to today. Certainly, I don't know. I just know the process continues to take longer and longer and longer. And I don't understand, it's like we layer things on, and it used to be not something that took 150 days and realistically 2 years. I mean, you can say 150 days, but from the time you envision a project until you can put in the permit, till you can get an answer, is a lot longer than the 150 days. I can say that from personal experience. And I don't understand why it has just become so burdensome and so expensive. The last stream restoration I did, there was as much money in the engineering as there was in the work. And, it's a real burden to try to do the work. So I guess I'm interested in why you think that. Why has it taken longer and longer and longer? And why is the engineering work taking so much resource out of the project?
Chair and committee members, I don't have any data that would suggest that stream restoration regulatory processes are taking longer as time goes on. It could be, though. I mean, I'm not refuting that. You know, as far as the decisions, I mean, I think there is a real important aspect in designing these projects to make sure that they are using the best available science, to make sure that they are considering the intricacies of the ecosystems that are challenging to deal with, because they're not mechanical by any means. They're very complex, and so it can be challenging. Now, I don't know why engineering would take any longer. I mean, I don't know why engineering would translate to a longer regulatory process. I mean, I can understand that the project development process would be longer and that engineering component is important. But there's been no changes in the regulatory requirements that has happened over my tenure, working with the state for the last 20 years. You know, we're pretty consistently on the standards that need to be met, and the information that needs to be submitted. So I couldn't say exactly what it was about stream restoration projects that's going longer.
Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dorn, the 100, let's just take the 150 days for the AW. Is that about the same as our surrounding states, say Wisconsin or Iowa or Michigan or?
I don't know that the other states have the 150-day goal for decisions. I think that we are very similar, and working with the Wisconsin DNR, our regulatory process are very similar. And so I would imagine that we're very competitive with neighboring states as far as our timeline. Now, the 150-day goal, the thing about it is, it's not, I'd have to look at the data, but it's like the average is way less than 150 days. You know, the 150 days is the goal. That's what we're trying to keep it under. I think of those 500, I want to say the average was like 75 days. And so we are very efficient in our work when it comes to processing these applications. And it's a continuing thing that we're going to continue to get better at. Like I say, we've developed continuous improvement efforts around the state, and we'll continue to do so moving forward.
Mark?
Yeah, so you may have said some, you had some comments within your presentation, and maybe you could reiterate, or maybe there are other things on your mind. I'm just wondering, how can the council, are there ways the council could help to expedite the permitting process, so to speak? Or are there things that could be done by proposers or Outdoor Heritage Fund recipients, where they could come in earlier with their, maybe during the proposal process, before they actually get their appropriation, to start the ball rolling? Could you have any comment there?
Yeah, early coordination, I think, is exactly that. You know, come to us early. We have regional assessment ecologists in each region that can help set up those early coordinations, meet with the regulatory bodies, you know, whether it's a area hydrologist or whatever you might be doing, and you can sit down and have a conversation. You know, ideally, we'd recommend you get that Minnesota Conservation Explorer screening tool done, because that can give you, just in a matter of minutes, either an all clear or, oh, you have resources you need to consider. And then there's a follow-up if there's resources you need to consider, but that would be a great thing. And then typically, early coordination, we generate a letter. And that letter tells the kind of the outcome of the early coordination. What are the issues? What did we identify? Any recommendation we have? It would be great if applicants could come to you with that letter as part of their application process. And then the council would be eyes wide open as to what the regulatory challenges might be, and the applicant too.
Ron?
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. I can't tell you how many times we've heard about the permitting being an obstruction, not helping achieve good things, but an obstruction to achieving good things. Trout Unlimited over here could probably speak to that. So could DNR trout stream people. And I live on the Rum River and been encouraging my conservation district to put some fish habitat projects in the river. Had DNR there to no avail. Nothing's happened. One thing they told me is to move a rock, a boulder 6 feet down the river to create some fish habitat would require a permit. And so everything comes to a standstill with that attitude, I guess. I would hope maybe the legislature and DNR would take a look at this permitting process, because I think that Mr. Chair would back me up here. We hear that a lot, that the permitting process is an obstruction to doing good things. Well, that's what I hear.
John, this is your chance. Do you want to weigh in? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I also want to give you the opportunity, because you're one of the ones that comes in and talks about the difficulty. And you're not alone, so please don't.
Yeah, I can. Mr. Chair, members, I'm John Lancheski with Minnesota Trout Unlimited. And I could, how many hours do you have to go through this? I'll just say from on the ground, there are some real improvements that need to be made, that could be made. One is an environmental review. We've tried with the DNR for years to talk about that. We've had agreement. That's probably the biggest hurdle. There's a couple of these, what they call mandatory categories, that you automatically, if you're deemed to automatically trigger them, you go into this environmental review process, which, as Mr. Doneen mentioned, is 6 to 12 months. That's probably on the low side. And it was never the intent of some of these categories to capture these projects. And it's, in our opinion, a misinterpretation by the DNR that was not shared by local government or Trout Unlimited. And they're capturing these projects, and they do a real good job of always trying to force us into environmental review to spend all that time and taxpayer dollars on a procedural paper exercise that it's not a substantive process. All the entities on the comment and review list for the EAW are identical to the ones on like the DNR waters permit. All these entities are separately commenting on the substance of these permits anyway. And instead they want to spend 12 months beforehand going through a procedural thing and then get to the substance and comment. So there's a huge waste of time and dollars, in particular on the environmental review side. And it stems from a misinterpretation of a couple of categories that, again, the DNR has gotten more, they just pressed harder on that. The local governments and Trout Unlimited don't agree with that. And we all agree that that was not the intent of those categories. As far as there's countless examples. I thought the target, what I had heard, and when I remember sitting in legislative hearings, the target for Eco Waters on these waters permits that I heard spoken was 60 days, not 150. But the frustration is there can be very slow responses to a number of pieces. There's the natural heritage review. There's wetlands, even though we're exempted from it. They ignore the natural world. We can't look at plants between mid-October and mid-May. So if they're slow on getting you to the point where you can do your surveys, you have to wait another 7 months. So it's just a series of, it's not really well coordinated within the DNR, because they handle the rare plants, they handle the waters permit, they handle environmental review. It's not well coordinated, and there's a lot of, and they ignore the practical challenges with trying to do survey work on the ground and do design work. And it's poorly coordinated needlessly. And so it's not, we say engineering loosely, it's design, it's not necessarily engineering, but yeah, there's some real problems with the process and needless delay. And I think if we look at, we're trying to do positive things here. We've never had public comments to an EAW we've had to do, or I've seen other ones. The public doesn't comment and say there's something you missed. All that stuff happens whether there's an EAW or not. There are no public comments that would change this. None of these things ever elevate to you need an environmental impact statement. So we all agree it's not going to go to that. And so there was going to be an attempt to streamline that, hasn't happened. I think environmental review needs to be looked at. And, you know, I guess I could give you many examples about how long this process takes, and it's extremely frustrating. And I would just say, you know, sometimes you get lucky and somebody moves quickly. I will say 10 years ago, we could go from survey and design to permit in 6 months, not 2 years. So things have changed. But I think the projects are good, and I don't think there's any disagreement about what gets done on the ground. I'll say honestly, because of the environment, the push for an EAW, probably the design, sometimes we would be more aggressive and do something that would be better, but we don't want to spend 12 months in an EAW process. So we'll do a design that's maybe not as good as it could be because environmental review is pushing us to this long delay in $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. So it's very frustrating. I think I'd love to meet with some legislators and see if we can't find some legislative solutions. If the EQB can't seem to work out a reasonable way to go about this. But it is frustrating because I think in the end, they're good projects. We all agree they're good projects. And I think the input in those designs happens whether or not there's environmental review. So I could go on, probably get myself in trouble, but it's very frustrating. It doesn't need to be this way.
Samantha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarifying question because I'm still a bit new to the process. So are we talking about all the OHF funds, or are we talking about specifically like funds we designate to DNR, like the CPL grants, for example? And I know you guys also administer the Parks and Trails Fund too. So is that, I guess, just clarify at what point do we apply this process?
I think anytime you touch a stream, from wherever the funds come from, you're going through this process.
Okay. Okay. And then, so my second question would be, I guess in terms of like how long it's taking, I guess, I mean, I have a theory, perhaps with the increased amount of demand or the funding proposals, like, is this a matter of like not having enough staff on the ground to go through the workload or the caseload, or I guess what are some needs that the DNR is looking to make sure that we're keeping up with demand?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, workload is always an issue. We've recently, through the legislature, we've had some increases in our permitting fees, which the fees go to the water management account, which the legislature then appropriates to us for this work. And that account has been in not such good shape, but these most recent revisions that we've done that have helped. And so I think we are in the process of I mean, I know that for working public waters, we're doing pretty good. Water appropriations is an area of growing need, and then we'll be adding staff to that. So I think we're actually pretty well staffed up, and I think that we're actually pretty efficient at getting yours. I mean, the thing that is important is that these processes do take time, though, and it's a matter of trying to navigate them as effectively and efficiently as possible. And that's where I think coming to us before an application comes in and having those conversations could be very helpful to making sure that the application comes in and can move smoothly through the process.
Daryl?
So is it only permitting for streams that's a problem? Do Pheasants Forever, do Ducks Unlimited, do any of our other
I think
major programs have permitting problems?
Everyone has permitting problems.
To what degree?
But I think it's worse in the stream situation than it is in the wetland situation. But John, is that your interpretation?
All protected waters require permitting. Permitting has become more challenging. Not all wetlands are protected waters, so it depends on the situation. If we're restoring a drained wetland, it's drained, it's gone, it's not regulated.
Are you viewing permitting as a major problem? As I understand, trout unlimited problem, I mean, they're in the stream, so I get that, but are you viewing that as a major hurdle for you as you do projects?
Can you go up front, John? I'm sorry, I'm putting people on the spot here, but I think it's important that we understand. We probably can't do anything ourselves, but the legislators can think about it. But we need to understand what is getting in the way of our partners getting their work done.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, John Schneider, Senior Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited. In response to the question about is permitting a major problem for our projects, I would say the answer is no, not right now, thankfully. It can be, depending on the situation. If we're, again, restoring drained wetlands that are not protected, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're not jurisdictional wetlands subject to permitting. We go out and restore them, put them back in the landscape. Generally, please correct me if I'm wrong, wetlands that are over an acre in size that are semi-permanent in nature tend to fall in that protected wetland category. So we're often restoring, wetlands that are 1/10 to 2/10 of an acre in size. Those are the ones that really benefit breeding waterfowl. Our other work, enhancing shallow lakes that are existing on the landscape where we work with DNR or Fish and Wildlife Service to put in water level control structures, do require permits. But we work hand in hand with the DNR on those permitting, the permitting aspect of those projects. And usually they go fairly smoothly, but they've always taken a year or two. I mean, I say it that way because we know it's going to take a year or two. So it's a process. I hope that answers your question.
I have a follow-up question then. So then talked about some pre-approval form effectively. Do either of you think that form, advanced form being done would help your processes? And if so, would, the follow-up to that would be, should we be requiring that as part of our package then, when they come to us for a request for funds?
Mr. Chair, members, if I can speak to that. We have early coordination, if you want to call it that, all along. We invite the hydrologists on our stream walks from the very beginning. We're closely coordinated with DNR. They have a full-time people to help with the coordination. This is already happening. We apply for these natural heritage reviews even before we get the grants. We automatically do wetland delineations and phase 1 archaeological to try and speed things up. I don't think some sort of pre-assessment checklist would speed anything up. If they still require an environmental review, you're going to take that 6, 12, 18 months, regardless of any pre-project review with them. They're still going to put you through that process, and that's a big delay. So, and again, I don't think it changes. We have the hydrologists in on the early phases of the designs of these projects. So, I mean, I don't know what greater coordination we could possibly do that would speed it up. So I'm not sure what form Mr. Doneen is referring to, but again, if they're going to force us into environmental review, that's just going to be wasted time regardless, so.
I would just say my little stream in Afton, 6, 7 years ago, I had the watershed district and the DNR out to talk about stream enhancement. And and dealing with a stream that had cut down and had steep banks that were eroding. And we still don't have permits. And, you know, the watershed district's been working on it. They tell me they're gonna get it done. But to say that we're a little frustrated would be accurate.
And I'm just trying to understand, is it all the people that receive funds for us, all their projects are being slowed down because of, you know, wetland, you know, type of activities and permitting? And it sounds like it's more flowing water, so in lake, stream restoration, but not necessarily our wetland stuff.
Wetlands, depending on the size.
Yep.
And I want to make clear, there's no, you know, my little project doesn't have any outdoor heritage fund money. The last one that I did, you know, there was no public money in it. We paid for it all ourselves and it still took years. This one, Clean Water Fund, came in at the request of the watershed district, and said that they would do it because they wanted to do so much more than what we wanted to do. So, but, you know, my experience and others is this just takes forever. And it gets in the way of the conservation being done. And that's ultimately what this council wants to do, is see we spend money and it gets into the ground and it results in improved habitat for wildlife. And this process, whatever it is, and I absolutely don't understand everything you were saying, and I appreciate that you brought it to us, but it is very burdensome and difficult. And I'll leave it to the legislators in the room to talk about that, because we as a council have no say in that at all. But we need to recognize that our partners that are doing this work are facing these challenges. And when you hear about the delays, this is not necessarily the partners not doing the work that they need to do.
Can we as a council take a position on legislative action that we would like to see?
We can certainly recommend that the legislature look at it. We can't, it's not our place. I mean, our place is to deal with the funds that we
Right.
have.
But I wasn't sure if we could even have a request to legislate, but I wasn't sure if that was even something that we, through our constitution, through the guiding principle we have, could do. Ron's smiling at me.
Well, you're sitting between two legislators.
Yeah, I don't think it's our place to start promoting one legislative solution or another. I think as individuals who get educated, we can have conversations, and we should.
I wasn't proposing that we would ask for a solution. I was proposing that we would ask for a look at the issue to determine if there was a better solution, was all I was saying.
Would anyone object to that?
No, I'm not objecting.
I didn't think so.
No, a letter from the council for sure would be you know, it's taken with weight. I would say permitting reform overall, at least in the legislature that I've seen, is kind of in its infancy. We're a couple of years into some pretty serious discussion on overall permitting reform, which this would fall under. I think the guise of, you know, the environmentalist versus the non-environmentalist aspect to that has kind of gone by the wayside because people have spoken up.
Right.
So the Trout Unlimited's, the Lessard-Sams Council, I think we realized gone a little too far overboard with some of the permitting and how all that happens. So for sure, if the council wanted to do that, yeah.
I appreciate that, because this extends beyond the DNR, but for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, yeah, and it's not necessarily a DNR problem. They're following statute. It's been a bipartisan effort for some permitting reform, so. You know, and in this case, it's conservation permitting, so.
So I thought maybe something came from us asking the legislators that maybe that would hold more weight, but you guys know.
Would
way better than
anyone
I.
object if I work with staff to put together a draft letter to bring back in December for your consideration?
Sounds great.
Done.
Okay. Anything else for our esteemed panel? Two of which were pushed into service, and I'm certain that they didn't want to be here. Great. Thank you for being here, and thanks for stepping up, both of you.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about it.
I thought we were running ahead of schedule, but we're not. We're scheduled for a break at 11:30. If we can try to be back here 12:15, we'll get into our last agenda item. So we're in recess.
Probably not time for chat. Maybe down to the. What do you?
Yeah, you recommend.
Yeah,
It says the break is till 12:30.
but we said 12:15.
I'm here.
Pay attention.
We assumed you had paid attention. So we are now down to agenda item 13, the executive director interview process. And I put a memo in your file on the process that has been gone through to get us to this point. I'd like to actually read the memo to you. Ron tells me it's too long, but I'm going to do it anyhow. And then I'll tell you why you don't want food plots. So I wanted to summarize sort of the process that we've gone through to get us to this point. We do have representatives from the LCC here to help us with this and answer any additional questions because they frankly staff this process for us. They actually make the official appointment. In a way, Mark can explain better than I, but they are the executive director and all the council works through the LCC. I'll just leave it that way. So I want to provide the entire council with background and detail on the process we followed in our search for a new executive director prior to our meeting so that everyone has the same information and a thorough understanding of the steps taken to date. A few months ago, our long-term executive director announced his intention to retire around the end of the year. Over the summer, volunteers from the council, along with nonpartisan staff from the LCC, House, and Senate, began a process of looking for a new director. At the July council meeting, after a presentation by Michelle Urich, the executive director of the LCC, there was a request that those who wanted to participate in the hiring process let the chair know. Because of the open meeting law, this could not include more than 6 members of the council. As it happened, there were 5 members beyond the chair that volunteered: Ted, Daryl, Suzanne, Kristen, and Matt. At the time, there were no legislative members that volunteered for this work. This panel met with the LCC staff who then posted the job. The LCC received over 100 applications for the position. They then did an initial screening and brought forth 17 candidates that met the minimum criteria qualifications for the job considered by the panel. For consideration by the panel. The panel decided to interview 7 candidates with 1 alternate in case someone dropped out, which did happen. So the panel, which also then included nonpartisan staff, interviewed 7 candidates initially. At the council's September meeting, Senator Lang indicated he was also willing to participate. But in trying to arrange schedules, it became apparent that the dates that had been set for interviews would not work for him. And someone would have had to step off the panel, and as his addition would put the number of members above the threshold for the open meeting law. So as an alternative, there was an interview session scheduled for a legislative group to ensure the overall bipartisan and bicameral involvement in the process. Representative Bang and representatives of the other caucuses were invited to participate. From the group of 7 candidates initially interviewed in early October, the panel chose 3 candidates for a second round of interviews. Prior to that second interview, the candidates were asked for professional references, and those were checked by LCC so they could be discussed by the panel. The second round included an exercise each candidate needed to complete in preparation for the interview. At the end of this second round of interviews, 2 candidates were asked to then participate in a separate interview with Representative Pang and Senator Lang and staff members from the other 2 legislative caucuses. The legislative panel interviews took place on October 30th, and neither of the candidates was ruled out. There was a request for who would be the preferred candidate, and there was no consensus on one candidate. One of the discussions the interview panel and nonpartisan staff had was how to handle the process of the final interview in front of the entire council. The council members of the interview panel expressed a strong support for forwarding just one candidate for public interview rather than having multiple candidates and a discussion in public about the strengths and shortcomings of multiple candidates. The council panel voted 5-1 to only forward one candidate to the full council for a final interview and the vote to hire or not hire this candidate. Nonpartisan staff did not participate in any of the votes. The council panel then took a vote on which candidate to forward for consideration to the full council, and the top candidate was chosen by a majority, not unanimous, as the finalist candidate. The top candidate then submitted information for a criminal background check, as this is part of the LCC hiring process, which brought up no issues. Everyone who participated in this process was informed that all discussions were to remain confidential and not be discussed with anyone outside of those that were part of the interviews. This was to give the candidate assurances that the process would not identify them unless they were selected as a finalist, and to ensure the process did not become compromised generally. Unfortunately, this confidentiality was not honored, as there have been comments that have come back to both the LCC and me that indicate there is knowledge of who the candidates are, that there is just one candidate being forwarded to the full council, and specific concerns about individual candidates. To say this is disappointing is an understatement. It is also quite unfortunate that the primary concerns I've heard expressed about the candidate that was recommended by the majority of the council are inaccurate and being distorted to promote a certain version of the truth. The candidate being recommended by the panel has been described as having no conservation experience and having made significant political contributions. In fact, the candidate in the past has worked in the conservation arena for both the DNR and Metro Council, and has been involved for many years on the ground local conservation work, and has won awards for this. The claim of significant political contributions is inaccurate, as the total political contributions by the recommended candidate over the last decade is less than $250. The council will have an opportunity to interview the finalist candidate at its upcoming November 12th meeting. At that meeting, it can vote to approve the single finalist candidate or reject the candidate and reopen the process in some way. I do want to acknowledge that this has been a thorough process, and in the end, there's not a single candidate that garnered 100% support from the council panel or legislative members. But there was a majority recommendation to forward the top candidate to you as the council panel's recommended candidate. At our meeting, I'm assuming you will have questions for the council panel on the process and recommendations, which we will allow time for, but I wanted you to understand the process we've undergone before the council meetings. So if there are additional questions, we do have Michelle here from the LCC and Rosie, who's the HR director at the LCC, and they're happy to answer specific questions as to how the process unfolded and the participation or any of the steps that were taken. And I'd open it up for questions or comments.
Are we going out of the order on the agenda now, or?
I don't know that.
You have the discussion after.
Well, this is really a discussion about the process. The discussion of whether or not we hire the interviewed person is after. So maybe we weren't clear. If there are questions about the process, we'd be happy to entertain them. If not, we'll just go to interviewing the candidate.
I see Senator Hur is
Oh,
raising his hand.
sorry, I missed you, Senator Hurry.
Okay, Mr. Chair, how many members does it require to confirm or to accept the hiring of the candidate?
A majority.
Okay, just by one.
Yep.
Thank
Our
you.
only non-majority vote is for recommendation of the package, the funding package to the legislature, and that requires a supermajority of 9.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Tom, for making sure I was aware. So if there are no other questions, we'll just have the interview. You have in front of you some sample questions that can be asked. I'll introduce Christina Smitten, who is the recommended candidate. And I think if you'll sit in the middle chair, then you get seen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. It's a
Great.
privilege to be here today.
So I'll open it up to your questions as we interview the panelists. And I will just say, and this is a sidebar, this process of hiring someone under the open meeting law sucks. It is very difficult. It's very challenging. I wish it were different. I wish we could have interviewed, the entire council could have interviewed some list of finalists, whether it was the 7 or the 3 or the 2. It would be far easier if we did not have to go through the open meeting law process for this, but it is what we live with, so that's what we're going to do. So everything you say, everybody in the world knows from this
Mr.
point
Chair,
on.
council members, that is okay. I am happy to answer any questions that you have. This is an important consideration, and I'm willing to stay as long as you need to have all of your questions answered.
So maybe you can start with just a little bit of background of your experience and background and why you're interested in the role.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit of my background and experience and why I'm interested. So and just point of clarification, I'm getting a join audio message. Would you like me to join audio? Okay. So my education is in the sciences. I have a degree in biology and environmental studies. And after I graduated from college, I was able to secure an internship as a staff hydrologist with the Department of Natural Resources Waters. After that internship, I was invited to the Department of Natural Resources Waters and was able to work there on a statewide program. And then from there went to the Metropolitan Council. And I am getting to your as to why. After having those opportunities in the public sector, I did switch to working in the private sector. And I'm at a point in my life where I'm reflecting on where I want to really move my professional experiences now. And my interest is to focus those skills, building on my professional experiences in a much more purposeful and intentional way. I've enjoyed the work that I've had with my current team. They are exceptional. We do good work in our problem solving of complex situations, but I'm at a transition point. And over the last 18 months, I've been reflecting on where do I really want to spend my time? And I feel it's appropriate and important to spend my time on a broader purpose. And that is where my interest came from.
Questions from anyone? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming today. I know it's been a long process. It's probably where everybody talks about you behind your back. Here we are. That's our job, I guess.
Okay.
I enjoyed the interview. Thank you. I got to see 2 of the candidates as we came forward, and I would have liked to have seen more of the resumes. Of the 2 I've seen, your resume was not as robust as the other resume, as the other candidate. And in partially, looking at the resume, seeing your background, seeing your experience, it's been many years since you've worked in the outdoor realm, the outdoor environment, on a professional level. I was a little concerned with the lack of legislative experience, especially when what we do around here is so, I'll be honest, it's very political. And this committee has been very good at avoiding that political atmosphere. It really has. So really the question I have for you, when it comes to you have about 4 jobs listed here, and it's been since the 90s since you really worked with a state agency, the way it sounds, but can you just talk a little more about your practical experience or expertise? How you could demonstrate knowledge of the science policy or practice of restoring, protecting, enhancing wetlands, prairies, forests, lakes, rivers, and then game and wildlife, and how I'd like to see more than what the resume tells, and I'd like to hear more about that expertise.
Mr. Chair and council member, that's a fair question. I expect that I'm probably not your traditional candidate in this role, and I'm very comfortable answering this question, and I will go as deep as you would like, or you can certainly cut me off when you've had enough. So my resume doesn't, my resume is primarily focused on my work experiences. As I said, when I was at the Department of Natural Resources and the Division of Waters, I managed a statewide program. It was a water education program. It was also WOW, the Wonders of Wetlands. And I trained folks across the state to be able to help deliver water education. That was an enjoyable job. I also worked in water appropriations while I was there. And I enjoyed that work, but my interest was really more in the land use relationship to natural resources. And the Metropolitan Council had a position where communities in the Metropolitan Council who live along or who reside along the Mississippi River corridor needed to have a chapter of their comprehensive plan that met Executive Order 7919, or the Critical Areas Act, as well as the National Park Service Mississippi National River and Recreational Area Guidelines. I was hired to help communities navigate through that process for their land use plans, and specifically the chapter to be consistent with the state requirements of the Critical Areas Act and the MNRA guidelines. From that work, I recognized that there were, along our rivers, there's industrial areas that communities didn't want to remain industrial any longer. Those historic uses had passed, and they were really much more desired to be open spaces and accessible to citizens for park spaces. And I started a program then called Brownfields to Greenfields, working with the MPCA, Trust for Public Land, Minnesota Land Trust, communities, and others to be able to figure out how can we clean up these contaminated properties for access for the public and convert those to open space areas. At that time, we as a team put together a bonding proposal with lots of case studies, and we testified and we did our darndest to get that bonding proposal approved, and it was not approved. But the MPCA did create a program to fund the cleanup of these properties for green space areas, as well as Hennepin County and Ramsey County at the time did that. And organization that I had been involved with, Minnesota Brownfields, created a fund to provide technical assistance, and we were able to secure EPA funds from Region 5 to help with that purpose. Long story longer, coming back from after the comp plans were updated, and actually from a maternity leave, I was invited to manage the Livable Communities Tax-Based Revitalization Account. And this program is different than obviously the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council and the Outdoor Heritage Fund, but it was similar in that only twice a year we would get applications. They would come in. And then it was my job to bring these forward to the community development committee. Did I lose audio? Right? Can you still hear me okay?
No,
Okay.
as you move back and forth, it seems to, or
Okay,
side.
I'll try to stay closer to it.
Yeah.
If you cannot hear me, please let me know. So my job was to really manage that program and to bring it, as I said, from the committee process through the full council for approval, and then work on executing the grant agreements and following through in the administration, management, oversight and evaluation of the success of those programs. I left the council and started my own practice with a goal of working with nonprofit folks who are working on redevelopment matters and policy matters to help them navigate through this sometimes complex paths and problems that needed to be navigated through. After doing that for about 10 years, I was invited by one of my clients to join the company, and that is Hillcrest Development, which I did, and they were wanting to dive deeper into sustainability. And so I was the sustainability director and am currently, obviously, the development manager there. Some of the sustainability activities that I've implemented relate to not only energy, water savings, transportation, those kind of typical sustainability measures, but also may be relevant to this audience in our landscaping requirements. We prioritize native species, drought-tolerant species that can adapt to our evolving climate. All of our landscape contractors are required to use neonicotinoid-free plant species in their plantings. And as I said, we use native plants wherever we can, trying to ensure that not only are the landscaping tall and pretty, but we're having spring to fall food sources for our pollinators. I also was nominated by the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District for a national award. It's chloride reduction. It was a salt symposium. And on behalf, we received chloride reduction strategies in our smart salting activities. That's a window into my professional work. As a volunteer, I think part of your question is how will I work with boards? Because obviously in the last long time, I have not been working with the legislature. I have pretty significant experience working with different boards and councils and commissions, and I understand. But I have had to navigate some tricky topics in this role. I don't know how far I want to go back. So I've served on a planning commission role for probably 25 years. I previously served as a co-chair of the Land Use Advisory Committee as a citizen representative. This is an appointed committee member of the Metropolitan Council, which has bipartisan elected officials on this, as well as citizen representatives. The chair needed to be somebody who was a Metro Council member. I was a vice chair, serving 2 terms. I'm currently on the Wild Rivers Conservancy Board. And that, just in full disclosure, my board term concludes the end of this year, and I've term limited out. I am, however, on a small committee as the Conservancy is updating its strategic plan, and I volunteered to help with that. We plan to bring the strategic plan to the Wild Rivers Conservancy Board in March 2026. So again, just that extra detail because I think it's important to fully. Wild Rivers Conservancy was a recipient of an Outdoor Heritage Fund fiscal year 2025 and previous. Since 2010, I've been taking the lead in restoration and management practices for, I'll just say, 250 acres of prairie and woodland areas. I initiated and worked with a landscape ecologist to write in 2017 our first management and restoration plan. From there, I was a project manager for a DNR CPL, Conservation Partners Legacy Grant, for prairie habitat, and we were able to secure those funds and successfully worked and implemented restoration techniques in this prairie area. The prairie area, based on our plant ecologist and landscape ecologist, is a remnant of the 1% remaining. It's pretty special area. We were proud to be able to accomplish the tasks in that area, and we continue with ongoing management of that. I also secured a grant and managed this grant on behalf of the City of Marine on St. Croix with partners at Washington Conservation District, the Carnelian Marine Watershed District, Minnesota Land Trust, and obviously other volunteers and partners for an oak woodland restoration, and oversaw the development of that plan, budget, restoration strategy. And again, in full disclosure, applied for another round of funding to support expanding some areas of this woodland restoration and prairie restoration in August. That was submitted. I believe this posting came late August. And so my name is on as a project manager right now on a grant that is being considered through the DNR CPL program. And I would, if I am considered to move forward, I would request that that does not negatively nor positively impact that review. And I would certainly find a project manager to replace me if that was funded. This weekend, to bring it down to really specifics, I will be the burn boss on a dry upland prairie burn. This is an area where, as you familiar, fall burnings are to support forbs, spring burnings are to support grasses. We have found that it is more difficult to encourage good forb growth from spring to fall, ensuring a consistent food source for our important pollinators. And so we have a couple places that we're going to be testing to do some additional fall burning. We have some native seed, local stock that we'll be planting hopefully for that good soil seed contact, and we'll be monitoring the success of those areas. Since I'm the burn boss, any of you are welcome to volunteer and join us, and I'm sincere in that. We plan to burn probably Saturday. If I didn't fully answer your question, or if you want me to go deeper into any areas or technical
No, that's fine. I just, you know, as far as public members and per the statute 97A that you probably dug through,
I did.
and I'll just read it. Public members appointed under this paragraph A shall have practical experience or expertise, demonstrated knowledge in the science, policy, or practice of restoring, protecting, enhancing wetlands, prairies, forest habitat for fish, game, and wildlife. Do you think it's appropriate that we ask the same thing of the executive director? Because we're bound by constitutional restore, enhance, protect, right?
Right.
Think that's appropriate that we would say the executive director should be of the same caliber as what the public members are?
Mr. Chair, council member, I think it is appropriate. I am not an expert in any stretch of the imagination and all of the intricacies of ecological restoration. We are fortunate that in the state of Minnesota, we have really qualified professionals, both in the Department of Natural Resources as well as privately, that can guide. I would like to say that I do have depth and knowledge and technical expertise enough to know when I should be asking questions of others and bringing in other minds to help us make the best decisions we can for our outdoor spaces.
And just to remind everyone, we passed out questions which might be helpful to ask. And if someone happens to ask a question that makes HR uncomfortable, Rosie's gonna give me a signal. Since we all haven't had training together in how to make sure we ask questions appropriately.
So just to kind of follow up on this line of discussion, can you explain, tell me a little bit about your Conservationist of the Year award?
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you. So I was nominated by the Washington County Conservation District for this award. And I think it has to do with my involvement in land restoration activities. I first got involved with them on some actually Minnesota land property that is currently being, row cropped, and was looking at it for solar and wanted to bring pollinator habitat to that. And at the time,
Can you lean forward? You
worked with the Washington Conservation District over the years, and they have been a partner, and they've seen the results of the work that I've been leading. So I was humbled that they nominated me for this award. But this work is not my doing alone. I live in a place where there were folks before me that had the vision to protect these lands. And I wanted to ensure that those folks were recognized as well as the partners involved. In any of this work, I don't believe any one individual is the sole, should be named independently as a recipient of award such as that when so many hands are touching it. And so I was humbled. I was honored to receive this award, and I did. You'll see that it says Christina Smitten, and I think it's Jackson Meadow Neighborhood Association received the award. That's the explanation there.
Thank you very much.
Matt?
Thank you for being with us. You heard the chairman's letter written out loud, and several of us have received phone calls and texts from others, and it's clear that the confidentiality of this process was not kept as much as it should have been. So let's get the question number 7 out on the table, which is, the position does require the director to be nonpartisan. Are there any activities in which you've been involved that might affect this perception?
Mr. Chair, council member, that is a fair question. I've worked in the private sector as an engaged citizen for a long time. So of course I've supported different candidates in the past. And as I disclosed in the interviews, I've supported candidates in both parties. When I was reminded of these contributions made, I was myself curious. And I went back to my email receipts and I'm just going to say the majority of those contributions were for Senator Klobuchar. Those were federal contributions. I felt that she was the most qualified candidate at the time, and as an individual felt that I was in a position that I was going to support. I also was able to receive Senator Klobuchar's award-winning hot dish recipe for one of those donations. And so they had my number. And so, yes, I did make those contributions. I don't know how much information you have about me, but I live in Northern Washington County. I've also contributed to former Representative Detmer's campaigns as well as Representative Hill's campaigns. And I have no problem with any of you reaching out to former Representative Detmer, Representative Hill, Senator Housley, and asking their opinion as to whether or not I'm able to participate in productive policy discussions regardless of the political party that is at the table. You can trust that I can serve in a nonpartisan manner. That's what you expect me to say. But I also believe as part of this process, you did have a conversation, and maybe Ms. Urick had a conversation with my former supervisor at the DNR Waters when I was managing a statewide program, as well as at the Metropolitan Council when I was managing a grant program. And that grant program bridged two different administrations. So if the full council has not benefited from maybe what the committee heard as a result of those conversations with my former supervisors, I expect this question was asked of them. I'm very comfortable with that being shared with all of you. You know, I can tell you all day long that I feel like I have the ability to do this if I am, once again, a public employee. But really talking to those who have the direct experience supervising me probably would be the best response to that.
John?
Matt, you bet.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Just following up on, first off, let me just, referring back to the letter that we opened with, that Chair Hartwell read to us, understanding this seems to me to be a very flawed process. I'm struggling with one candidate. I drove 6 hours down here to see one candidate, just saw your resume over the weekend, really. Have the same questions that Matt just outlined as far as not your nonpartisan abilities. First question I'd have is in your initial interview, did you fully disclose that you donated to Klobuchar? Were you asked specifically that question during that interview? I'm curious.
Mr. Chair and council members, would you like me to answer this
Sure.
question? I was asked, and I said that I have contributed to candidates of both parties. I honestly did not remember the specifics of who I contributed to. I have no problem sharing the information of candidates that I've contributed to. Campaigns are expensive,
Right.
and I do feel that it's important to support candidates in both parties. I think having robust conversations is best for the overall outcomes.
Thank you for that. And I agree wholeheartedly, especially given the fact that you will be required as a director to provide guidance and support for the council if you were to get this position. As I said earlier, and Senator Lang outlined this in his comments as well, the process just seems a little bit flawed to me. I don't know how you change it. I don't know I guess the question I have is in the past, I mean, I'm assuming we've hired in the past, is this the way it's done? Maybe this is a question for the chair or someone, but I'm having a hard time. I'm struggling with the fact that we're sitting here with one candidate and I drove 6 hours to hear this and I'm going to vote. Why is that?
Well, it is incredibly, for those of us that have been through this before, it is incredibly difficult to have open conversations about the strengths and weaknesses of one candidate over the other. And so the panel felt it made more sense to have those discussions and recommend a finalist candidate than have what we did last time was 3 candidates, which was incredibly painful and difficult. You can say we made the wrong decision and so be it, but we had that discussion and the panel 5-1 said, let's interview one finalist instead of multiple candidates. As I've said, and I would plead with those of you that are elected, folks, revisiting the open meeting law so that the entire council or equivalents could interview a candidate not in the public eye would be beneficial for all people who sit in this kind of a position. It's very difficult to do a public interview with multiple candidates and have truly open discussions without lots of challenges. So, you know, we had discussions about 1 versus 2 and decided that 1 made more sense for us. The whole process of open meeting law and hiring and I worry just as much if Christina were hired and she didn't work out as a council, how do we have that discussion? Because we can't have a majority of the council do that without a public meeting, which is, you know, terrifying to think that, you know, we would have to sit here and say, we have a problem with our executive director and what are we going to do about it? As a group of 12, that to me would be a huge challenge. So the whole process is difficult and challenging. We just made a decision that 1 was better than 2 or 3.
And I can understand that. I guess I'm just, it's frustrating for me. And I think just from a transparency standpoint, it seems, it just almost feels like a who you know versus what you know situation. I don't want to make that claim, but it feels that way to me right now. And I'm, you know, the fact that a simple majority makes this decision in just such a short time for me, absorbing what we're going to hear from one candidate. It's a difficult decision.
I get it. You know, we've tried to accommodate as best we can and ask for volunteers and I agree the process, I wish the process could have been different. Daryl?
So just a follow-up comment to you. I serve on the Airport Commission in Brainerd. I'm the chair, and we're actually going through the same process of hiring somebody right now. And we have a team that did the, you know, first interviews and a second set of interviews, but we, you know, chose to let people know we were going to have a public process, and we actually have 3 candidates that will be interviewed in public as part of that process. So you can do it. Is it messy? It certainly is, but it is doable. If the candidates know it's a public forum, it is what it is. An observation on the staff review thing is, again, in the airport, same kind of thing. We've had some issues with staff over the years, and we're told if we bring in counsel, that then those are privileged client conversations, and so you go off the record at that point in time. And I'm not sure if that works with LCC, but just as an observation, we're trying to do that.
I hope to never have to have that discussion. And I hope to not be chair if this group ever has to have that discussion. But the advice we got was that it would have to be public. Now, you know, I'm no lawyer.
So I do have a question for Christina, though.
Great, please, yes.
So, Christina, just, you know, in our interview, we talked a bit about different things, but I guess you know, to me, when I look at your resume, you know, you worked for the DNR from 96 to 1999. So about 3 years. And then you worked for the Metropolitan Council back from November 1999 to 2005. So about 10 years experience between the two. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Smitten Group is as I recall, is your company you started up because you had kids, and we all understand that program. And so you you started that to give you something, a bit to do as your kids got a little bit older and decided you were gonna take a job at Hillcrest, so. Is that a fair characterization that you had 10 years between Alton Council and DNR?
Mr. Chair and council member, yes. As I said, you probably know those precise dates better than I do, but it is approximately yes.
Just get your resume here in front of me, so. And how would you describe your activities in the Smitten Group, in terms of level of activity, from 2005, we'll say, until 2010? First 5 years you started your company, how would you say you would characterize your activity?
Mr. Chair and council member, so when I started that practice, one of the first clients I took on, or two clients, were two cities, and helped them with their planning and zoning. I'm not sure if I'm getting to what you're asking here. And then nonprofit folks reached out to me, as well as private folks, to help guide them through different processes. I was involved in policy discussions. One of them was, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Green Step Cities. It's something that cities can achieve really around sustainability. And the MPCA and the Urban Land Institute were MPCA was developing that program with a variety of partners, and the Urban Land Institute hired me to pilot that program with 5 different cities. So that was one of the activities that I was doing within that time period. I was working with groups at that time. I actually worked with the Trust for Public Land in some of their more urban areas. I worked with the city of Minneapolis. I worked with St. Paul Park, and then again, a number of private clients as well. Again, I'm not quite sure what you're asking, how that was. I would hire contractors and manage them depending on the project if I needed more expertise. Again, if I can be more specific as far as how those first 5 years of Smitten Group went, I'm happy to do so.
I'm just guessing that you had children, and you probably were a bit derailed in terms of for you back to working full time.
No, you can't ask that question.
No,
Okay, thank you.
and I actually
Go ahead.
was.
Sorry. I apologize.
Tom?
Christina, welcome, and this is probably a little off the wall, a little different. I'm from northern Minnesota.
Yeah.
And we as a group have recommended that the DNR get $40 million in grants. Not all that's forest, but a significant amount is. So my question to you is, do you have any opinion on the DNR's forest management?
Mr. Chair, council member, so I am not sure if these funds, I will be completely honest, I don't know if these funds are being used for forest management, for harvesting, for other reasons. I don't know if that's what your question is here, but I support the DNR forest management policy. I don't think that only preservation of trees is the most ecological and appropriate manner in the way that we manage our landscapes. We grow trees, and it is, and again, you're asking my opinion, it is appropriate to harvest those trees for other uses at times. Certainly. I don't know that that is an allowable activity under the Outdoor Heritage Fund. But my opinion on the DNR forest management, forest policy is that our forests it's okay for them to be harvested at times because it is not necessarily in conflict with being good stewards of landscapes.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question, or
It did.
was, okay. I thought you were asking something else. I would have answered differently. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Christina. I'm kind of curious about your hobbies. Do you hunt, fish, bird watch? Are you afraid of guns? Do you like, I mean, all of those things? Because we're dealing a lot here with hunting and fishing and bird watching and all of that. So how do you how do you go into the woods?
Mr. Chair, Council Member, yes, I support hunting. I support fishing. I do fish. My kids said I must be getting to an age because I'm doing way more bird watching than I formerly did. But yes, I do support hunting and fishing. I do shoot guns. I am not afraid of guns. I have not ever shot a deer, however. So I would not be opposed to shooting a deer. I have helped butcher a deer and I have cooked a lot of venison in my years. So yes, and I understand, frankly, our outdoors are here. Hunting and fishing is an important part of our heritage, and so much of our conservation efforts and results are, in my opinion, attributed to the outdoor men and women who hunt and fish throughout Minnesota. So I think that hunting and fishing is an important part of our culture, our heritage, and an important part of what the work that the Outdoor Heritage Fund is accomplishing. It should be beneficial to all. And I know that that is obviously much more complicated because I understand this is a hot topic, but it's pretty clear what the constitutional amendment said and the statute says as far as these spaces being provided for seasonal hunting of game and fish. And I fully would support and honor that as one who has experience around hunting, and I do enjoy fishing.
Well, thank you. I wish you wouldn't have mentioned that you've never shot a deer, because some of my colleagues started looking at me as if we had, you and I have a lot in common, but that's really not true. It's Mark here, Johnson, is the one that's never shot a deer. I have just one follow-up question, very serious in my mind. I've been on this council for many, many years, and we strive to be nonpartisan. I mean, there is no Democrat, Republican way to restore a wetland. And so when I first heard about your political activities, I was a little nervous, but I can see now that it was pretty minimal and divided, shared, so to speak. But I can't emphasize enough that the council must maintain that nonpartisan stature, because we have a great relationship with the legislature, because people that sit where you do who want money are grilled here, and grilled pretty heavily. And then so the legislature gets our recommendations and they respect the grilling and the decisions. Because I think they see that the money goes out in a nonpartisan way. And I hope you would appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council Member.
So, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Well, I do respect and appreciate that. And I think that our citizens of Minnesota would respect and appreciate that as well. This is their hard-earned tax dollars that are being allocated, and it's expected to be done in a nonpartisan manner.
So we have a request from the HR director of the LCC that we kind of stick to the questions that are in front of you, not stray too far from them, if you could. I would love you to answer the question about your management philosophy and how you apply that philosophy when you manage staff. This job, you gotta love the outdoors, you gotta care about it and want to see improvements, but ultimately you're managing staff and supporting a council that's making the decisions. So how would your philosophy then lead you to be an effective leader for the council?
Thank you, Chair Hartwell. Council members, it shows where your passions are that the early questions to me were about my conservation background and any knowledge or expertise that I have in that area. The position description and the, operating policies is very focused on this job being a leader, having exceptional management skills, supervisory skills, organizational skills, being a good communicator. My staff philosophy, because I believe that that's your question, is I want the staff team to feel supported when they come to work. I want them to, I think that collectively our brains are better when solving problems. I want them to feel like they are respected as part of the team, bringing their skills forward. I support staff in areas that they want to learn and grow. I try to deliver excellent communication and expect that in return from the staff team. And as a leader of a team, I hope to create an environment where staff are eager to come to work, willing to bring them best selves for the work that we are collectively doing on behalf of all of you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I do want to say that I am, and I should probably know when to stop talking. I have appreciated this longer journey. You know, when I started this process, I was intrigued by the opportunity, and I have needed the time as well to learn more about what this position is and the responsibility and the obligations that come with this position. And I am humbled to be here, as we do have exceptional professionals in the state of Minnesota, and many of them deserve a seat in this chair as well. Thank you, Chair Hartwell, and the committee for your time and diligence on this. This is very important, not just for all of you, but for the citizens of Minnesota. Thank you, Ms. Urick, for your professionalism. I have enjoyed the process, and I respect the process, and whatever all of your decision is, I am fine with it. I do respect it because I know that is with the best intent and outcome for the program. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So I will open it up to discussion following the agenda. Ted?
Mr. Chairman and fellow council members, I was part of the interview panel, and I participated in the decision where we brought one candidate to this body rather than two. When we started that process, that last discussion, I was actually in the camp of bringing two. But as we discussed some of the ramifications, some of the personal information that gets shared in discussions, I came to the conclusion that coming with one instead of two was a better fit for the long term. That doesn't mean I'm right, and those of you who wish we brought two are wrong, but that was something that we discussed at great length. And we weighed both sides of that. I think we came to that conclusion only after we seriously discussed it. I would like to comment on react to one thing that you said, Representative Burkle, and I apologize if I'm misquoting you when I paraphrase you, but I think you said you felt like this process had more to do with who you knew than what you were.
That's not paraphrasing me.
What's that?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, I'm always trying to be cautious when I'm repeating what someone said. I very clearly remember the meeting when we decided which candidates we would interview. And I'll point out that the person that I had originally rated as my #1 candidate is not Christina. But we went through at great length talking about each of the candidates in our pre-finalist group of, I think there were 12. And I can pretty much assure you, based on the conversation, that there was nobody in our group that knew this finalist prior to that meeting. I had never heard of her. And as we went around, it was very obvious that no one knew her. I don't know if anybody knew other than one candidate any of the other people that we interviewed. But there was no discussion about, let's interview this person because I've had a good working relationship with them. There was no, at least to me, external pressure to interview anybody. And so I just really want to reassure that this is not a matter of somebody in the governor's office or somebody in this office or somebody who chairs that committee said, I want you to interview this person, or I want you to select this person. I just want to make sure, and I think it's a good question to ask, but any of the others want to weigh in on that? I don't think any of us knew this candidate.
Other questions, comments?
Yes, I would just say as well that I don't think that anyone knew her before the meetings. I confirmed with Ted on that one. I was the lone dissenting vote on bringing forth a candidate. I did feel like in my experiences in the past, when you've had a committee, I guess I understood our charge to be bring forth a narrow selection of candidates, not a candidate. I guess for that reason, I was opposed to the process because I felt that we were providing a shortfall to the rest of our board members by only bringing them one candidate. I know, David, you had concerns about the public side of things, and I understand that, but I think that this is a public job. And for those people that apply for it, they need to be prepared to be put on the hot seat effectively. So for that reason, I did strongly think that we needed to bring the full board, more than one candidate.
Matt?
In respect to Daryl's experiences, my experience was completely opposite. And in bringing forth two final candidates to the board created unnecessary conflict, and it was very painful. And I feel like the committee, the subcommittee, the volunteer subcommittee, did a very good job of debating this issue quite thoroughly. And I'll also point out in the May 30th memo that's in our background materials, articulating the process, as well as the one that's in the background materials here today, items 11, 14, and 15 in the May 30th memo outlining the process, and 15 through 17 in the memo that's in our materials today. They say a finalist. They don't say finalists. And so the surprise that we would bring forth a finalist, it's been in the material since May 30th. And I feel like it's important for us to honor the fact that the subcommittee did do their due diligence here. It's absolutely appropriate to ask questions of this candidate, but I think this was a very clean and well articulated process from the beginning.
Yeah, the way I understood the charge was that, this committee was to do the bidding of the greater council, to go through the interview process, to ask all the hard questions, to sort of vet the entire list that were provided, and to come up with a finalist to bring forth as our recommendation to the board. And I feel like we worked really hard at asking a lot of really hard questions and really evaluating the candidates and through this process. And I feel like we did what this council has asked us to do.
And I would say, the feedback John and others have about one candidate over two. I think before we go through another process at some point in the future, that expectation, one way or the other, should be resolved by the full council. Because the panel made a recommendation based on its understanding and its understanding of its charge. And I understand that people don't necessarily agree with that, but I think we did the best we could. And if we'd had clear, the learning experience for me is that, if we did this again, I would ask the council what their expectations were to get us to the final interview versus what we did, which I fully support. I think we came up with a great recommendation, but I think the learning process for all of us is that we weren't explicit in our expectations, and therefore there's some tension about that and some feeling about that, which I recognize. And for those of you that feel that we didn't do what your expectations were, I'm sorry, we were trying to do the best we could. And it wasn't clear that some people felt strongly about that. We knew Daryl did because he was very passionate about it, which is not a surprise. Daryl's very passionate about many things, and that perspective is good. But the whole council laying out an expectation next time would be a helpful process, I think, for everybody. So we don't get to a point where there's concern and this is not an easy process to go through, and your panel did as good a job as it could. I think we did a good job. If there was a different way to do it in hindsight, perhaps we should have done that, but I don't think we did anything wrong either. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate, the rather robust discussion. This is not a comfortable topic to be talking about someone, their experience level one. I'm going to go the other way on the not knowing anybody on the council is a big concern for me. Not being around us, knowing what we do for a quarter century. That's an issue to me. I have a series of motions here that I'd like to make that I'm very hesitant to do as we go forward in this process. I think the council should think long and hard about this candidate. This is an important position that requires a very significant set of specialized skill sets. I only got to see 2 of the resumes from 2 candidates. Like I said earlier, the other resume was significantly more robust than what hers is right now. That being said, this is a very robust resume that she brought forward to us. I just don't see it. It's not the Lego piece that Lessard-Sams needs in my mind. And if she is going to be the next executive director, I'll give her 100% of all the effort. I don't think it's the correct decision. I think it will be detrimental over the next couple of years as this learning. As far as the council seeing as much as possible, we had 8 members of the council view and interview these candidates. I don't know how that doesn't violate open meeting law. There was 8 of us. I don't know how we didn't have any legislators voting on this committee. This committee, this council exists because the legislature puts it in place. Not to have myself or Representative Vang or Representative Burkle or Senator Herr as a voting member is an issue. Even if they would have voted, it really truly is. Now, I know there's no rules. I get it. I looked at that and that is an issue. I understand the process and the attempt.
I just want to point out, I asked for volunteers and I didn't get any legislators that volunteered. So that was a challenge,
Then we wait.
Okay.
Okay, then till our schedule works out. That's what we do. We make it
Well-
work. And I'm sorry, that's the right answer.
Well, but when I asked.
And I really,
Okay.
I mean, it's the right answer. I have a lot of pride from everything that leaves this council, and I think we've done a very good job. The bill that leaves here has never been messed with, never. And I stomp my feet, and Fong and I have talked long and hard about the fact that we're not messing with this bill. And I've fought off a lot of Republicans in the past to get that bill to be as pure as it's been as it leaves this council. If this decision is made, I have serious doubts. If this candidate moves forward, seeing the two candidates that I saw and seeing what was bypassed as far as experience level gives me a great level of concern. 106 applicants? We had
103 or
100 plus.
Yeah.
And a robust resume. But it's experience adjacent, right? It's leadership levels on boards. And I wrote down bonding proposals and funding applications, and that's all great. But I'm very concerned about the fact that we don't have that on the ground experience, restore, enhance, protect, right? We haven't, you know, and I'm sorry, Christina, if you're still in the room to be talking about you like this. But it feels like this is an executive assistant position where you work at the council for us and you understand and you learn, because that's what it feels like to me. This is an odd process. You're correct. And it's uncomfortable as hell, I'll be honest. And I'm just concerned as we go forward with this. And I think we all need to take a little time here. So instead of my long list of motions that I'd like to make, I think, Mr. Chair, the motion that probably should be made is that we table it after the end of our discussion and think about this for just a little bit. Maybe come back in December and talk to some of the partners, talk to where we're going. And that's my recommendation. If you want to work on a process with me, I'll write a bill. We'll change the statute and we'll get it so it's a step-by-step. Or maybe we look back at those 7 or 13 or 12 or whatever that list was. We're at a point now where the council is 2/3 involved. Let's put it in front of the council. We'll talk about it. What do the other resumes look like? What do the other experience levels look like? Yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents.
So I would love to just clarify for everyone the issue with the open meeting law and how it was set up with advice of council to allow for the 6 panelists plus the legislators then to have an opportunity to interview as well, and why that didn't violate the open meeting law, because I'm so sensitive to not screwing that up. But we got advice on how to do it. So I'd love those that gave us the advice to explain that. So, because I'm not the legal expert.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I just want to add a few remarks too. I just want to thank you to the panel and the volunteers and staff who spent a lot of time going through this process. I'm fairly new, but I know that even just being a new member, it's quite a lot of work. And I'm okay as a legislator to not be involved in every single meeting, or knowing that at least a good portion of our council is represented and making those decisions. And even today, I had to take work off. I might even get fired because I forgot to tell my boss that I take today off. So, yeah. But it is definitely a lot of work, even for us legislators, to be involved in every single process. But I am very thankful that that all of you and the chair and the staff has kept us informed and been thorough about that. Even starting, when I first was at the meeting, I think Mark announced that he was retiring. And then since then, like, we talked about the process and what that looked like. And so I think the process have been pretty thorough and transparent to us. And we've been invited to participate. And, I don't think the process should be stopped just because we don't have capacity. Not every single member has capacity, but as long as there's a good representation, I think good decisions can still be made, and I think that has been done. And so I know Senator Lane, you and I have talked a couple times too, and it's definitely this is also new to me to have a public interview process. I don't know if that's the right process, and maybe when the legacy is up for reconsideration on the ballot or something, perhaps there are some infrastructure things that we can look at improving that process. But this is the process we have now, and we have to move forward with that. And so I think, you know, just to honor, acknowledge the work that everyone has done and participated, I think we are, or I am ready to make the motion to move forward with this candidate, yes or no. And I think we're ready to vote on that. And so I will not encourage to table it. I think that we know that Mark Johnson is retiring his last day in January 9th. And so regardless, I don't want to stall the process. We do need to be ready because the new session is coming up just around the corner, less than 2 months or just about 2 months. So I don't, and considering that we only vote or meet once a month, I think this is really important that we get this done sooner rather than later, to the best day to do it.
So, okay.
Mr. Chairman and fellow members, you know, there's two sets of knowledge, skills, and abilities that the person in this position needs to have. And while they're complementary, they're distinctly different. On the one hand, there's the set, Senator Lang, that you've addressed of, do they know and understand how to restore a forest or a wetland? And actually, quite frankly, Christina convinced me in the interview process, and this is the third time that I've heard her through an interview process, as some of us had that privilege. I'm convinced that with the support of people at DNR and Bowser and the Land Trust and Ducks Unlimited and Trout Unlimited, that the knowledge, skills, and abilities around the, whether it's wetland restoration or oak savannas or getting enough fish that if I go fishing with Ron, I'll actually catch something. But then there's this other set of knowledge, skills, and abilities, and that's leadership and vision and, you know, creating team support around a proposal. And I really felt, with no disrespect to any other candidate, that that's where Christina really shone. That's where she was, in my mind, head and shoulders above. And that's why I moved my allegiance from one candidate to another, because of that set of leadership knowledge, skills, and abilities. You know, we've all, those of us are baseball fans, have all seen the, you know, 17-time MVP batting champion become manager, and they fail. And it's because they don't have the leadership skill. And not to say that any other candidate doesn't have a lot of leadership skill, but I just felt that of the candidates we interviewed, Christina was the premier candidate on leadership.
Matt, did you have?
Well, I was actually just making a point of order. Did Representative Vang put a motion forth, or was it still a discussion?
She was encouraging us to make a motion.
Great. Okay, I just wanted to understand. I wasn't
Senator
sure.
Lang was encouraging us to table,
No,
but
I
there is
said I
no,
was going to.
there isn't anything formal.
I just
that I've
want to know
missed
what we're
thus
doing here.
far.
I was waiting for that session to be.
Okay.
Yeah, but Senator Lang, you have an advantage here because I've only seen one. You've seen two, and you seem to be upset about the second one. So I have no idea why that is and why you would then want to table. I am concerned, however, if this council goes forward and hires Christina, that you would not support what the council does next year in the legislature.
Let me clarify, I'm sorry.
Please.
I don't want, I've always come into this room, it's been political biased aside. It always has been. And to be honest, I didn't look Christina up until after she said, I think you probably have all looked us up.
So that, well, maybe I should. And, you know, that it's, and not, that is perfectly fine. This just requires such a, like I said, I'm very prideful of what comes out of here. I'd hate to see politics, and this is coming from a politician. I'm trying real hard not to be, but I just, the process, you know, from what I saw, it was an easy choice. You know, it was like, man, the brick road has been laid. Just walk down the path here. And I thought when we had our discussions in our interview, after the fact, that's the way that the interview was going. And when I talked to the chair and Representative Vang afterwards, I thought that when the hiring council went in, and that would be the result because it was the obvious choice. So I was concerned. I'm like, okay, is there something I'm not seeing here? It's all in black and white in resumes, that's why I asked the question, you know, is there something I'm missing that isn't in a resume? Is there, you know?
Yeah, I wasn't part of the decision making, but I give you something to think about, that the 5 people who did go through all of the interviews, I know them all. I respect their decision. And I'm in no position to second guess.
And I just want to say, and I know I'm interrupting.
It's okay.
so,
You're the chair.
I'm your chair, not the chair. I appreciated you saying, you know, that you'll support whatever's
Well,
going
yeah,
on.
I-
Mark knows when we hired him, I didn't vote for him.
Or now you're telling.
And this, and I invited him to dinner shortly thereafter, and I said, I know you didn't, you know, I didn't vote for you, and I will do absolutely everything in my power to make you successful. And I think we've done that in partnership, and all of us, we're going to face a decision here, and I can sense there is not unanimous support for any decision. The important thing is we move forth together, and whatever we decide and put the greater good in front of us. So that's just my plea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Lang, I actually very much admire the stewardship you've had of this all the way through, and I'm glad to hear your clarifying comments. You know, look, this is a tough act to follow in Mark. We all know that. And those of us who have been in senior leadership positions and needed to replace a senior leader also know that it's extremely difficult. And if we learn anything, that there are no unicorns. There are no people who are perfect for any senior leadership position. And what we ended up having here was 2 very strong candidates. Both candidates, neither of the candidates were unicorns. One emerged by the search committee as stronger than the other. And we not voted to choose that candidate. We voted to put that candidate forth before the 12 of us. And that's what we're doing here. So it wasn't a small group that made the decision. It was a small group that did a bunch of work to bring forth who we believe is the best candidate when we know that there are no unicorns. And so I just wanted to point out the fact that I don't know that there is a perfect candidate here. And I believe that the process was as clean as it possibly could have been. I believe that everybody is acting in the best interest of this council, and I would hope that we can move forward.
I think my concerns were that I thought both candidates were very strong, but different candidates. And that's why I felt bringing those 2 candidates to the board to let the rest of the board help make the decision. You know, we've all seen Christina. We haven't seen who the second candidate is, but you know, Christina has certainly some skill sets that I think she should be very proud of. She certainly has that aura about her to lead people. I like that. But I really felt that the other candidate had a much stronger resume in terms of the operational mechanical side of things. The experience level was much higher. And, you know, for that reason, I felt that the rest of the board should help us make the decision so they could see who those candidates were and make that decision.
Long, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I have two questions. Before I go to those two questions, I just want to express my thought, and I'm not speaking in terms of politics or partisan here, but just my view. I don't think that's necessary for member legislature to be on the committee if would not allow, I did recall when we in the last meeting and Chairman Hartwell asked going once, going twice, I think even going fourth, quadro, and no one, we don't have additional sign up, and I didn't sign up due to my time, but I'm leaning on trusting the process as it is now. But we'll see how the vote come out and see what will suffice. My two questions that I have is one for Senator Lane and the other is for Chair Hartwell or the council. The one for Senator Lane is that Senator Lane, if we table it, had discussion and put on a number of candidates, and at the end we still concluded with the candidate we have currently today, which is Christine, would you be okay with going forward, or would that still be a heartburn for you?
So to answer that, sorry, Mr. Chair, to answer the question, the intent of tabling this discussion would be to end this discussion and open up another motion to present some other resumes to the entire council in December. That would be the subsequent motion. That's really the only way of doing business. So.
And what do you want from me?
Follow up is just that, whatever formula we choose, the number of candidates, we may end up coming back and choose the candidate that present to us today. That's a possibility. That's a high possibility. The other questions for Mr. Chair is if we don't have to vote for the candidate that's in front of us now, what will happen after that?
If we did not vote for the candidate in front of us today, I think we would have to, I would have to take some time to revisit what process we would go through next. I would work with LCC. We would probably do a little bit of redesign and come back to the council with a recommended next steps, which the council could say yay or nay. Unless the council wanted to design a process today at the meeting itself, I would expect probably your chair and vice chair would put our heads together with staff and LCC and come back with a revised process. I wasn't prepared for that question, so I'm not sure that's the best I can give you at this point.
Yeah, thank you.
So the elephant in the room is whether or not we're going to table or go forward. So you might as well make your motion.
Yeah,
just
and
be
Mr.
done
Chair, I
with
would
it.
make the motion that we table the discussion and the foregone vote. That would be the first motion.
Okay, we have that motion. Is there any other discussion on that motion?
No discussion.
So we have a motion to table the selection today. Tom, take the roll.
Members starting with number 10 on our list, Saxhawk.
Yes.
Saxhawk, yes. Suss.
No.
Suss, no. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, no. Hartwell.
No.
Hartwell, no. Shara.
No.
Shara, no. Baird.
No.
Baird, no. Representative Burkle.
Yes.
Representative Burkle, yes. Eggerling.
No.
Eggerling, no. Senator Her?
Or no?
Senator Her, no. Koharski.
No.
Koharski, no. Senator Lang?
Aye.
Senator Lang, yes. Palmer? Palmer, yes. Mr. Chair, there are 4 ayes, 8 nays.
So the motion does not pass. Other motions people would like to make at this point?
I'd like to make a motion to put before this committee to vote on accepting Christina as our new executive director.
Okay. We have a motion to appoint Christine as our new executive director. Any discussion? Tom, will you call the roll again?
Starting with number 11 on our list, Suss.
Yes.
Suss, aye. Representative Vang?
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Hartwell?
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara?
Aye.
Shara, aye. Baird?
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle?
No.
Representative Burkle, no. Eggerling?
Yes.
Eggerling, aye. Senator Her?
No?
Senator Her, no. Koharski?
Aye.
Koharski, aye. Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Lang, no. Palmer?
No.
Palmer, no. Saxog?
Aye.
Saxog, aye. Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 4 nays.
Motion passes. So I just want to thank everyone for the incredibly civil discussion we just had with disagreements. And I want to just encourage us to continue to have those kinds of open discussions where we disagree and work together going forward.
Well, it'll happen again, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Mr. Chair, can you just articulate what the next steps are now in this?
The next steps are that LCC does the formal hiring process. So I can't answer everything, but they've done the background check. They've had the salary negotiation. Because one of the important things was if we offered the job, would it be taken? So whatever the LCC process is, goes forth. Do you want LCC up here to explain that?
It's not necessary.
Okay, just checking. Anything else? We had no request for public testimony, so we have nothing else. Christina, welcome on behalf of the council. We look forward to working with you. And thank you all. We'll see you in December. Meeting is adjourned.
Forgetting the motion.
I know.
It's like, yeah, it's just like, it almost seems like you need the finality, right? Yeah. Mhm. Right.